Radio. Turn that off. No, that's wrong one. That's it. Why I call that stream ended. Pardon me. Right. So, where do we leave it? So the rest of them had headed back down through the tunnels, and you, Balak, you're still in the stockade. I think after all the enemies are defeated in there. Although there was some ghouls trying to break the way in, although they've cleared off for the moment, haven't they?
Yeah, so we decided that we were going to split the group up, which is never do. However, soon as I think it was Jalhan touched the sword, touched the axe, he got a vision through from the captain, the stockade captain, back at the refugee camp, saying that we needed to find this book. It was at the inn. That's all we've got.
Yeah. So yeah.
So we knew where the inn was.
Yeah.
We passed the previous, and we decided that Threadney did cast invisibility on me, which gave me an hour.
Yes.
So the plan was to sprint over to the inn and out it from top to bottom, just quickly looking for this book. Get out as quick as possible.
Yep.
By any.
Oops, now turn the computer off on my phone. Right then. So yeah. So currently in the stockade, all the current occupants, all the ghouls that were taken over are all dead, and there's currently no sign of the ones that were trying to break the door down.
We looted everything that we could come in that we could stick in the
Yes, I believe so. It's all, so the others have gone now. They've disappeared back down the toilet.
Okay, so I've still got the keys to the stockade.
I presume so.
So I will. Do I know which side? I can't remember where it was. This.
So according to what it says in the book, it says it's very close to the stockade, but it's not.
Oh.
So it's actually down here. This is the Albatross.
Okay, so how long would it take me to get there?
Well, what's this scale? I forget what the scale is on this. It's not far. It'll only take about 5 minutes or so, maybe 10 minutes if you're being careful.
Well, I'm invisible, and I'll go as carefully as I can be, but I know I've got on my headline.
Yeah.
So
okay.
We'll say 10 minutes. You want to say 10 minutes? So that gives me 50 minutes at the house.
Okay.
Or something.
Radio. Okay, so you carefully head through the streets of the city, which is surprisingly quiet. You do, as you're heading down across west, across Mountain Street, there is another contingent of guards, manned made up mainly of ghouls that are rushing towards the stockade. But you easily manage to avoid them. But you notice that the streets are are not as busy as you thought they might be. You don't see any sign of any ghasts out on the streets. But you do see guard patrols. They're mainly almost completely made up of ghouls. But there's a few humans that seem to be that presumably are either too scared to flee or loyal to the magistrate. And you head south down towards Main Street, and as you pass the opening onto the main square, you can see the goddess statue is gone, and in its place is a black stone citadel that's almost if it's grown up overnight out of the ground.
Citadel.
Yep, like a fortress.
Okay.
It's like it's burst up from the ground. But in front of you can see there's the Albatross boarding house.
Okay, I approach the house.
A radio. Let's see. Let me have a look here. I think there's just the. Okay, so what you're doing? Doesn't seem to be anybody around it. It's even, if possible, it's even seems quieter and more deserted round this area. So you can see there's some doors to a stable out the front, and to one side of that you can see the front door with like a wooden sign of a depicting an albatross swinging above the door.
Well,
Obviously you can't see the rest of the house, so that's all you can see from the front anyway. There's no ground floor windows on this side of the house. There's one window on this side of the house that's above that's on the upper floor, almost directly above the front door.
does the front door have like a overhang on it?
Oh, what,
I'm
sorry?
looking at like an overhang.
It does, yes.
On
It's
it?
got like a little overhang, yeah.
So I will move to then, please.
Sorry?
I will move to house, boarding house, front door.
Okay.
Open.
No, it's locked.
Pick check.
Sorry?
So can I try and pick the lock to get in?
Yeah, of course you can. You got some lock picks, I presume?
Have these tools, yeah.
Yep. The right thing up. What's that doing there? Should be there.
Hello.
Oh wow. Yeah, I would say I'll not bother looking that up then. I would say that'll do it. Okay, so yeah, you unlock the door. Ooh.
I'll sneak inside and shut the door behind me.
Oh yeah, so we need the so let's make this thing and
Map.
where are we? Well, let's add some lights to the outside. It's got pitch black, so put a light there. Has that made any difference? Weird. Oh, it's because yeah, okay. Right, yep. Turn that dramatic music off. So, where are we? So, okay, there we are. Right, so yeah, yeah. So it's like yeah, it's like a three-story building. And like I said, I think I mentioned before, it's something of an oddity compared to the rest of the houses in Fazine. In that it's it's a stone construction. The walls are painted white, and the shutters on all of the windows. And unlike virtually every other structure in Fazine, the roof is a tiled one. And there's the remnants of 3 broken chairs on the front porch.
So possibly people.
Oh, you're breaking up again, Dan.
So possibly there could be 3 people inside. That's just what I'm guessing. Oh, I'll move to get inside quick.
Okay. Should be able to. Okay, so a magnificent teakwood table fills the space within this room. The table is set for 8. The room is well, yeah, it's well lit. There's light coming. There's no so the room's well lit thanks to the sun streaming in through the bay windows on the eastern side of the house.
The northeastern side. Oh, do I see any books?
Any books? No.
So I'm moving on.
Okay, there's a banquet table that's holding tableware, cutlery, eating utensils, and serving pieces. That's all there is in here. There's a fireplace. So through there is so a swinging door leads to a well-appointed kitchen. The room shows obvious signs of wear, but it's spotless nonetheless. A set of stairs to your immediate left leads up to the second floor.
Our immediate left.
Yeah. Not quite immediate, is it? But yeah, there's stairs on your left to lead up to the second floor.
This one? Here where I'm marking.
Yeah.
So I'll bear that in mind, but I can't really see it on my. Oh, is this a door here?
That is a door, yes.
I'm just looking for books, so
Okay.
I'm moving. Any books in this room?
Well, it's a kitchen. You can't see any books, but whether there is some or not, it's up to you if you want to spend how much time you want to spend looking in the room.
I'm not looking in the kitchen for a book that's supposed to be super special, so I'll keep moving on.
Okay, so that opens up onto a back porch. From there, you I believe. Let me just double check. Where's the? Let me just check on the other one. Yeah. So from there, it looks out, and you can see the like marketplace, I believe.
Back inside, shut the door.
Okay.
I didn't try to leave notice. So we'll move to the bottom of the house.
Okay. Okay, so you go through into a parlour. There's a large fireplace dominates the eastern wall of this room. Comfortable chairs, a rug crafted from the hide of a jungle beast, and shelves of books and knickknacks complete this room. There's a sliding, partially open door on the northern wall that leads into a dining room, which you've come through.
Which I've just come.
Yeah.
Okay, so quickly, where are the books?
So there's two bookshelves.
Okay, I will have a quick look at this bookshelf first, just to see if there's anything that stands out as being old or ancient, or what's the Cthulhu check?
You what? Sorry.
Yog-Sothory check. Anything that gets me Yog-Sothory senses. Such a thing.
Let's see. I lost the looking at the wrong place. Looking at the wrong bit. Right. So yeah, you'll have to make a perception check. I guess you'll have to spend some time looking.
Okay, so I'm just wary of the time. So what are we saying?
Well, that depends on how closely you want to look.
I'm just giving it a quick once over.
Okay, so you can make a make a normal check. I mean, it's not there's not a massive amount of books, so it'll take
Investigation or
about 5.
perception? You tell me.
Sorry.
Investigation or perception? You tell me.
Perception. So let's see. I need to make a note of the time.
Yeah.
Where's that pencil? That's there in front of me. So that was 10. So we go like that's not good. Can't even write on that. That'll do. So yeah, about 15 minutes so far.
Okay.
If possibly a little bit over. Not looking at the right thing. Right, yeah, you don't see anything of note.
Full shelves or just this one?
Just that one.
Let's check this one then.
Okay.
Sorry.
Me. Okay, so no, there's nothing on here grab your attention. They're just look quite mundane books and lots of little knickknacks filling up the space between the books.
What I see to the south, are there windows?
Yes.
So I'll ignore the south then and move to the stairs. What's these here? Are there doors to the outside as well?
Yeah.
I'll just ignore them as well.
I've got that multi-level tokens thing set up. So you're going upstairs?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll start with this room at the bottom. Investigate that.
Okay. Right. That is some like a bathroom. There's a tub and a wash stand just inside the door.
Anytime.
Sorry?
I'm just going to ignore the bathroom.
Okay. Okay, so that opens into a bedroom. So it doesn't look like it's in use. It looks like possibly one of the guest bedrooms. There's a bed. It's pretty sparse. There's a bed, a chest at the foot of the bed, and a writing desk with a single chair and a fireplace against the east wall. And 2 windows look out over the south porch.
Any books on the desk?
No.
I quickly move to check the chest.
Okay, it's unlocked and it's empty.
Okay. Is this another?
That's
upstairs?
the stairs going up again. Yeah.
I'll check this room first.
Okay, right. That opens into another bedroom. Okay, I like the one before it. Aside from the having bay windows, the lookout towards the marketplace. It's almost identical. Looks almost identical to the other one.
This one?
Yeah.
Check the chest.
Yeah. Again, it looks like it's a guest room. It's quite sparsely furnished. Chest is empty. The bed looks is made up, tidy, all tidy, but it doesn't look like it's been slept in.
Is there another bedroom up here? Can I see a door? Doors.
Okay, right. That opens into what appears to be yet another guest room. Identical 3 set bits, like sparsely furnished 3, a bed, storage chest at the bottom of the bed, and a writing desk.
Books on the chair, no books on the desk?
Nope.
The chest?
The chest is also empty. Okay, right.
Like
it's a privy. There's a small, there's a privy and a small hand basin.
Okay. It'd be safe to assume that I spent 5 minutes on this floor?
Yep, something like that.
Okay. I'll make a move upstairs.
Okay, that's downstairs. That goes back down to the kitchen.
Definitely didn't do that. I would have known that. Couldn't tell which way it was moving. I'll be moving upstairs, please.
Okay. Let's see. So
15 minutes to downstairs, 5 minutes. So we're on what, 20-minute mark? Over?
something like that. Thereabouts.
This one.
Okay. Right. So this is a small, cramped room. Contains a single pallet for its occupant to rest to rest on. There's a battered coverless book lies next to the pallet, face down, so face down the floor, so as to keep the reader's place in the book. There's a small window that overlooks the kitchen, the roof of the kitchen.
Move to investigate the book, please.
Floor, sorry.
To investigate the book.
Yeah, sure. Wait a minute. Right. So it's some kind of history book of the. If you can, do you want to spend a few minutes looking at it?
I might just take it.
Okay. So it probably just weighs a pound. You can take the book.
Okay.
That's a coverless book, an old battered coverless book. Okay.
Good. I'm fine.
Okay, so this door opens into what appears to be a library. Floor-to-ceiling shelves line the walls of this room. Books, manuscripts, grimoires, codices, and the like fill every available space. And there's a single chair near the window.
Like anybody's been reading anything in this room, like in the previous one? Anything?
There's no books, and all the books are stored neatly away on the shelves.
Okay. I will just check this bottom room. With you to spending most of my time in there.
Okay, the door's locked.
Door's locked.
Yeah.
Okay. Pick it.
Okay.
Oh no. Give traps first.
Okay. That will be an inspection check, I guess.
Investigation.
Investigation, yeah, sorry. Got skills mixed up again. Okay, right there is nothing. There's nothing untoward about the door.
Make a use thieves' tools.
Yep. Okay, right. Yep. You so you spend a few minutes. Oops, shit, pencil. Where's that gone? You spend. Oh god, flicked it over there now. Spend a few minutes with the lock, and you click as it unlocks.
Oh. Locked and none.
Sorry, I'll unlock that.
I see.
Okay, so this appears to be like a master bedroom. So there's you can see a worn chair in front of a desk, and there's a lingering smell of tobacco smoke. A comfortable bed marks this as likely as the likely bedroom of the owner. There are dozens of gilded frame photographs. There are dozens of gilded frame paintings on the walls, most are seascapes, but a few show Fazine from on high. An ominously dark depiction of the jungle hangs prominently on the southern wall.
Okay. Do I see any books?
There are no apparent. There's no apparent signs. No, there's no obvious signs of any bugs around.
Can I move to investigate the pictures?
Yeah, sure. Um,
Save.
what are you looking for?
Like a safe, just just
All right,
looking behind.
just to move. You want just checking behind them. I didn't. You keep breaking up a bit, Dan.
Oh, sorry, I'll turn again. Better?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm looking for a safe or any kind of passage or hidden door. Does it sound?
Uh huh.
Anything behind the photo pictures?
Yeah. So I guess you can make a investigation check then. Okay. Right. Spend about 10 minutes searching around the room, and there's nothing behind the paintings, or anywhere. And then you find a a hidden door on the west wall down here. Can you see my pointer? You can't see my
Can.
pointer. Here.
Move to. So can I see if there's like a locking mechanism?
So you check it over, and there's no. There's yeah. So you can make another investigation check, I guess. Right, that's fine. So it's not locked, but there's a just all you have to do is just like push on one side of it, and it's like a spring release,
Okay.
and then you can push it, and then it pushes out.
See.
So you open the door, and the room is empty, bar a lectern on which sits a book, and stalking round the room is some kind of monstrous hound.
Like a dog.
If you could call it that, for want of a better word. I'll show you what it looks like.
Oh, I am not tangling with that. Is it walking in like a? Is it got like a patrol?
No, it's just kind of stalking around the room. When you open the door, it stops and whips out this huge, this like long tongue, and there's like you can see it's just a minute. It's like covered in this really taut, almost rubbery looking skin that's pulled tight over its like skeletal frame, but it's covered. It's like shining. It's covered with this sort of blue viscous looking fluid, and the same fluid drips off its tongue as it lashes, as it's like this enormous tongue like lashes out of its mouth.
How long's left on the invisibility? Minutes.
You can make an intelligence check. It obviously knows you're there.
It's not attacking, is it?
It's not attacking you, but you can tell it's just that you just know, you can tell it knows that you're there. Like I say, as soon as you open the door, it stops and like kind of half growls, half hisses.
Ah. Okay, what? This way. Sorry, investigation, weren't it? Sorry, what did you say for the ability?
For what? Sorry. Oh, an intelligence check.
Intelligence check. Intel.
You've no idea. You've lost track of time.
I see me on hands.
Hey, can you see your own hands? That's a good question. I don't think so. I'm not really. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure. Presumably not.
Okay.
So
I
if
can't see me on hands.
So yeah, that also brings up the question: does that make it that that in theory that makes it a lot harder to do things? But we'll not get into that kind of thing. So no, I would say that you can't. Yeah, you're invisible to yourself, not just.
Right, so one is I'm going to take a step towards it into the room.
Okay.
It's going to attack me. Run for the book, or the other book at it, and run off. I'm going to sprint out of here, shutting every door I can behind me. Part of this north bedroom window.
Okay. One moment. Trying to get myself organised here. Let's turn that down a little bit. Music's a little bit loud. So let me just put the actual thing on as well. Where are you? There you are. No. Oh, 1 second. There's something not come up properly. I just need to. No, no. You. You. Where is it? Oh, that's weird. Bear with me a minute. The something's gone missing. So odd, is it not in that book? Where's that gone? Probably not bits in the other. No. Ah, because it's not in this book. That's why. Right. Okay. Uh, It's on page. I had it all set up in the health equation won't put in, so it wouldn't generate its health. There we are. Otherwise, the average is that. Okay. Right. Sorted. God, it's bigger than I thought it was. That's huge. Yeah, it's large. So it ain't got much room to stalk around, to be honest, but yeah.
I think
Every room I've got, I'll try and use.
Right. So, I just need to. Okay. So yeah. Okay. So what said you were going to do?
Oh, I was going to cautiously move in if it looks like it's going to.
I can't hear you, Dan.
Cautiously move in.
Yeah.
I think it's going to come for me. It's just going to be a smash and grab. Just in fating this. Grab the book, throw the other book at it that I've got. Out of there.
Okay. Right then. So yeah, as like I say, it's when you open the door, it quickly stops its pacing about and just like turns and faces you, making this sort of gurgling, growling noise. And as soon as you step through the doorway, it lunges towards you. So yeah, you'll have to make a dex. I mean, and it will have to do it on initiative then. Oops, no, that's characters, not thing. So yeah, if you want to roll your initiative.
Oh.
Oh wow, how did that roll that bad? That's terrible. Is that right?
Good.
Wow, that's crazy.
Saying that I've moved in, yeah?
So yeah, you're going to move in and you're going to make a grab for the boat, weren't you?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you can do that. Of course, it's gonna get an attack of opportunity on you.
Since I've started there, I thought we could move 5 foot.
Yeah, it's the like grabbing the book though. It's not the
Okay,
movement.
yeah, sure, no problem. Yeah, no problem.
Right. Okay. So what's it do? So it's only a reaction, so it's only get one of its attacks. Let's see. What is it going to do?
1 second.
Oh, all right. It's quite intelligent. So yeah, it's probably going to do that. Right. So, was that you, Dan, that said that? I presume it was. Just seeing that chat message.
I'm back.
Okay. So yeah, as you grab for the book, it lashes out at you with its tongue. It's like proboscis like tongue. So there we go. Oh wow, that's terrible. Luckily for you, it misses, completely misses
Huh?
you. So yeah, you grab the book and turn and run towards and out the door.
I will use dash.
Okay.
I'll use a bonus action to dash as well. Can I double dash?
Um.
Cunning action.
Oh, you can use your bonus action to dash. Is that is if you haven't dashed already?
Say that. The bonus action on each of your turns in combat. This action can be used to take the dash, disengage, or hide action.
All right. So yeah. So yeah, I would still think you'd only be able to dash once.
Okay. So I've got the book. I'm going to say I'm there.
Yep. So where's your movement? Your movement is 40
80 times
anyway.
80.
So 80. So if let's see. So it's well, you're not going to go that. I presume you're not going to go that way straight into a wall.
I'm going to go.
So yeah, you stepped in. So it's 5, 10. So call it 5 movement to grab the book. 15, 20, 25, 30. 40. So yeah, so that's going to say that's going to get you down the stairs onto the next onto the.
I'm going to jump out of this window.
You're going to jump out that window, okay?
Yeah, it leads
Wow,
out onto the landing, doesn't it?
yeah, onto the roof. Well, onto the roof of the second floor.
That's
Okay.
40 to there.
Yeah.
5, 30.
Okay, so you'll not be able to get straight out the window. You'll not be able to get out the window this time. It'll have to be next round because you've got to be opening the window or whatever. Unless you want to just dive straight through it.
I do just want to dive straight
You
through
do want
it.
to dive straight through it, then give me an athletics or an acrobatics check. Okay, right. So you dive and jump straight through the window. You do take a little bit of only a point of damage as you cut yourself on the glass. Presuming they've got glass windows, I'm never really clear on that. And you were like, yeah. So you jump out and land on the peaked roof of the second floor. You can make a dex check to stop yourself losing your footing and tumbling off. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, you're like about there or something. Um, yeah. So that's that. I did big in combat. Right. So that's that round. So reset initiatives. It's terrible. Why is it not rolled? Oh, there we go. Oh. Right. So there's right. You just feel this sort of strange, such a strange sensation, like static, and then this you can see this thing squeezing its way out through the window onto the roof. So that pushes you. Oops. Eh, no, that pushes you back. And then it lashes out at you with one of its with its claws. Right, slashing you with the first one. Ooh, for 11 points. Oh no. Right, so so you take 7 points of slashing damage, and there's this blue ichor that's covering it. It splashes all over you and into the wound, and you take 4 points of poison damage as well as this you can feel this ichor burning into your flesh.
Okay, I will
It's got another
use.
attack. Sorry.
It's okay. I've got any dodge.
Sorry?
Uncanny dodge. Oh, I
When an
take.
attacker you can see hits you with an attack, you can use your action to half the attack's damage against you. Do you want to use that on that attack, or do you want to use it on this on that first one, or do you want to use it on the upcoming one?
Can I wait?
Yeah, no, you have to decide. You can't use it retroactively, no. So it's
Yeah, okay. I'll. Did it attack me with?
Sorry?
Did it attack me with?
Claws. It's going to
I
attack
will
you with
not.
its claws
Wait,
again.
I'll not use it. I'll not use it now then.
Okay.
Another attack.
So you're not going to bother with using it against the second claw attack either.
Yes. It's not attacked me yet, has it?
No,
I can use it as a reaction. So that's
yeah,
minus.
yeah, no, that, yeah.
Then
Okay, so it slashes you again with its claws for 7 points of slashing damage and 1 point of poison damage.
on. Fucking book's worth it.
You what? Sorry.
This fucking book's worth it. Okay.
So what are you doing? It's your go now.
Okay. I'm escaping still.
Okay.
I can.
Say again.
So I'm going to the bonus action. I'll disengage
Yep.
and actual action. Dash.
Yeah, breaking up again, Dan.
But I'm going to as a bonus action. I'm going to use disengage, so it can't take a swipe at me. And as my actual action, I'm going to use dash. Another 80 feet of movement.
Okay. Well, you dash. There's not much to move about on the roof.
Jump down.
Hey.
Jumping down.
Oh, right. So what? You're just jumping off, or you're climbing down?
Well,
You can't dash while you're climbing.
on the first floor or the second floor now?
You're on the roof of the second floor.
I'll climb down.
Okay. Give us a climb roll then.
Is 6.
Athletics, rather. Okay. Oh, right. So you sort of because it's a roof. There's like a bit of an overhang, and you like scrabble with your feet to try and get a grip. And when you think you've got a grip, you start to move down, but you lose your footing and you slip and fall from the roof. So
Check.
sorry,
X check.
I can't hear what you're saying.
X check.
Sex check.
X check. X. A dexterity check to see if I land on my feet.
Oh, well, I don't know. Have you got anything to help you land well? Have you got a feat for that?
Acrobatics. You good at that?
No, that's no. Sorry.
I've got nothing.
Yeah. Okay, so you hit the ground and take 7 points of bludgeoning damage as you hit the ground. You can make a dex. I'll let you make a dex check to see if you like whether you manage to whether you land prone or not. So yeah, you land prone.
That's half my movement to stand back up. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that means I've got 40 to run away.
So you climbed. You tried to climb down. So I suppose you don't count that as against your movement. So you still got, like I said, you couldn't dash down as a climb. So you still got your movement.
Okay, so I'm going to run to where we climbed over the wall previously.
Okay, what, by the graveyard?
The actual map. Yes. Of interest.
Yeah. So I shall I'll switch to the let me just I'll switch to the city map then. So let's just drop these on here a minute. They'll just be ridiculously big. Ooh. So you are here at the moment. Graveyard is up here. There's the docks here. So we're heading.
Went over. Did we go over this point here?
Sorry?
Went over on the northwest side, yeah?
No, you
Point
went over
here.
the wall by the graveyard.
Okay.
Yeah. But the walls are more heavily patrolled now.
Going out at main entrance. I'm not going out the walls, so the only thing I could think of is jumping into sea and swimming to shore.
Okay.
Oh, I'll do that.
But you're going to head towards the sea then. Head south.
Toward the dock.
Okay. Right. So yeah, you start running. You run down past the past the Albatross boarding house, down through the what passes for the slums area. All these small sort of cottages, most of which seem deserted. And as you hit this alleyway here, you notice you've suddenly become visible again.
Okay.
Glancing over your shoulder, you can see this thing. It sort of appears at the corners of buildings as if it's like almost like it oozes out the corners, and then it just like disappears again and appears again at the corner of another building even closer behind. Like I say, it's like it's coming out the corners of the buildings.
Definitely heading towards the sea then. No corners in sea.
Right, so let's make an opposed dex then, shall we? I think, which is in your favour because its dex is surprisingly crap. So a dex ability check.
Please be good.
Okay, right. So this you're charging towards the dockside. You can see as you like round the corner, you can see the edge of the docks in sight, and can see and hear this thing like popping in and out behind you again, and you hear its like claws clattering on the cobbles as it draws closer. You almost collide with a small contingent of guards who as you like charge around the corner, you're like taken by surprise, and they kind of almost jump out of the way before they realise what's happening. And you can make another dex check as this thing like pops out of the through the wall of the building next to you, and runs straight into this like contingent of guards as they like scatter. Oh, right. So yeah, you just run head down and just run and dive off off the sides of the harbour wall, the break where the sea break into the sea. You can make a athletics check. It'd be sad if you drown now, wouldn't it? Oh, nearly rolled on a one. Okay, so you like burst up to the surface and start swimming as fast and as best you can. So you see this thing kind of run along the length of the sea break, the sea wall, and then it stops and then just vanishes. Right.
Okay.
Okay. So, meanwhile, I think everybody else is here now, are they?
Hey.
Let's see. Let's see if we can get these cameras up and working. Oh,
It's
so we
quite fun listening to Dan trying to run for his life.
Right. So, of course, the cameras aren't working.
I'm assuming I missed the early part. Did you find anything interesting, or is it none of my business unless you survive?
Well, I think we'll leave it as none of my business. When I get back, I'll tell you all about it.
I can't turn my camera on in this channel, it says.
Oh, just a moment. I'll sort that out for you. It's because
Permissions on the new channel.
Roles member. There you go. Should be able to do it now.
Sweating.
Oh.
You what? Sorry.
There we go.
Sweating.
Right. Let me just run through.
Have you got a bit of a dab on there, Dan?
Bit of a dab on.
Far more stressful than I expected it to be.
I'm surprised there weren't more tentacles involved.
You should have been able to run away faster.
A good effort anyway. Whatever happens from here.
Right, of course, all the cameras are out of sync. So just going to take a few minutes to realign these.
We're still dead.
Sorry?
Dead. It's got blue spinners on mine.
Oh yeah, your camera's not loaded up.
Back out and in again. 1 second.
We need to... No, we're not leveling up yet, are we? We've got to wait till we've got a long rest.
Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
I remember where we were and what was going on.
I was going to be cheeky and level up, but then I figured...
Hey.
Can't really. Hey. Yeah, you are looking a bit flushed there, Dan. Like you've had a bit of a run-in.
So stressed.
Right, so...
You know, I think D&D is a lot like golf when you're trying to describe to people what it's like. You know, if you really love golf, you are kind of interested and you can appreciate it. But if you're not into golf, you're just like, what, you got really stressed when your imaginary person was being chased by imaginary creatures. Yes, I was.
I walked in and like the first thing I heard was Phil was like, "Oh, that's bigger than I thought it was."
Talking about measuring things, I saw. Do you know the guy who used to lead on MythBusters? The guy with sort of whitish hair and glass. Well, that describes both of them. Not the bald guy, the other guy.
The other one.
Yeah, what's his name? I follow him on YouTube. He puts out these great little videos. Mythbuster presenters. Which one was it? Adam Savage. He's got a tattoo on the inside of his left arm, which is a ruler. He has an accurate ruler tattooed on the inside of his left arm, so that when he's busy working on designing stuff in his shop and he just needs something that's accurate to within about 2 millimeters, he just uses his inside of his forearm. He can actually just like, oh, that's a 2-inch pipe, oh, that's a 3-inch connector, just like really just quick, just here. I thought that is brilliant. That's the kind of tattoo I can get behind. One that actually serves a purpose. Someone recently said, "Oh, I got a tarot card and a bouquet of flowers." And you could tell they were dying for someone to say why, but I can't give them the satisfaction of that. So I'm like, nice.
Oh shit! Oh god, where's that gone? God damn it.
Not words you want to be hearing.
Come here. This might take a few minutes. Talk amongst yourselves.
Everyone have a good week off.
Hopefully, thank you. It was my birthday on Sunday.
Happy birthday.
Brilliant. Happy birthday.
Watched the new Doctor Strange.
Don't tell me.
I'm not.
I haven't watched it yet either.
Ruin it for you, but it's terrible. I'm sure you've watched WandaVision before.
Yeah, I've seen WandaVision.
It's terrible.
You keep breaking up there, Dan.
Terrible.
I've heard other people say it's really good, so it depends on your views, I guess.
Yeah, I take it you didn't like WandaVision then.
I did.
Oh, you did? All right, okay.
I like WandaVision.
Yeah,
I thought
it really
WandaVision was quite cool. Great concept.
Yes.
Are you guys into stuff with subtitles?
Depends.
There's something on Netflix called The Chosen. It's Danish. But like a real slow burning kind of a thing. I mean, you kind of half guess at some of the stuff, but even though you can sometimes tell what's coming because it's such a slow burner, it's still quite a good result when it sort of comes out. It's basically misfits in this little tiny Danish town that revolved around some shipyards, and it's about the newcomers that come into the town, and it all revolves around an old meteorite impact site, which happened like 17 years before.
Oh no, I'm thinking something else. Thinking that one with the volcano.
No, not a volcano. And it's surprisingly good. Surprisingly good. Watched a few Viking themed things on night shifts where I had some time. All I can say is they're really samey. They really, really all feel the same. You know, there's nothing like new in those things. It's not terrible. It's just kind of like if you're into Vikings, great. If you kind of get bored of Vikings after a while, you might want to space them out.
Who dropped off then? Oh, that's missing on my. No. Who was that?
What's what?
We're all here.
I think somebody dropped off a Discord. Oh,
yep, we're all here.
It was Steve.
Was it me? I'm still here.
Your camera shut off for a minute.
Have I messed you up?
It throws it's all right now. It's come back on, but yeah, it reorganizes all the cameras when somebody drops off. It's really annoying. Like I say, I really need a better way of doing this. So this one, this is Nicky's. Oh yeah, so I didn't know you knew Tony, Nicky. Tony.
Oh yeah. I met him from the Wayfarers Discord server.
All right, so Discord. I'm going to say I'm not. He said something about Wayfarers, but I had no idea what he was talking about.
I think I've been in a few games with him as well.
What's Wayfarers, Nicky?
It's a D&D Discord server for like finding games. Very organized.
Okay. So I saw you were starting a game on Fridays.
Trying to start a game on Fridays.
Right. What were you looking for? Are you looking for more players or a DM?
We've been getting players. It's just like people have been like walking out and stuff.
As in they say they'll play and then they won't. They don't show up.
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, I suppose it's easier. It's much easier to do that when you're online as well, isn't it? In a way.
Yeah, though, I mean, we had a couple of people leave during our face-to-face games. Not during the games, they just cut us off.
Yeah, I mean, there were other reasons for that. What are you on about, James?
Well, I wasn't going to mention names, but yeah, those two.
Well, it's all right. He's not going to be watching it. He's too paranoid to be watching stuff like this. I doubt he's going to be watching. But yeah. So yeah, there were. Oh, what is that down there? Ah, that's what that is. Get that out of the way. And then this one. And then I think we're done again. So apart from this one, I need to turn this one off. There we go. Just got no channel. Right. What the hell? Yes. So I believe the rest of you are just descended down the poop chute.
Yep.
Yep,
Radio.
we were just in that first big poo chamber before we go past the underwater crocodile.
Yes. So let's make that active then. Okay. So yes.
There we go.
Oh, Balak made it down to the poop chute.
Oh.
Yay!
But
He's gone. And he's gone.
okay.
Right, well, we know about the big croc, so we don't really want to go past that pool. I don't think there's a reason for us to go there. So we may as well like sneak and just head through the thing labeled condensed for something. Go that way. What do you guys
Condensed for space, because it would be need an
Miles and
extensive amount
miles.
to excessively. It would need a book, several volumes in and of itself just for that passageway, because it's miles long.
Well, that's the way back, although there is a big bug guide thing at the other end as well.
Yes, true.
That's fine.
Oh my god, you remember him more
Right.
than I can. What was that? Okay, thing.
It was one of the bugs from the cave that didn't get pacified by the druid.
Yeah, well, he didn't kill him anyway, did he?
It didn't
No.
kill him, no, but there was one that came out the cave
There was
after we
one that
went
was
through.
sort of like on its own, wasn't it? Away from the others. Right, so
Get going.
yeah,
Come on.
We trudge our way back to the camp.
yeah. So I don't think really. I think we'll just cut back to the camp really, because there's nothing more to see in the tunnels.
We're not hunting crocodiles, we're not hunting bugs, so
Yeah.
Could have leveled up.
well, no, we couldn't. Not
No, we
down
could,
here.
because we're just going to have a rest in the camp.
tunnels.
No, we're going to sleep in the camp, but it's like, no, I mean, we could have actually leveled up the characters, because if we're just going back to the camp anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, but we're not sure what happens in the camps.
So yeah. So it. All right. I see what you mean. I forgot how long it took. So it takes just over an hour to get back then. So
I can't
it's
remember how long it took.
you what? Sorry.
I say an hour. Brilliant.
Yeah, about an hour, maybe just over. So it's early evening when you emerge from the cave. Let me see.
As usual, Threadney emerges perfectly
Where are
groomed
we?
and spotless because she's been using prestidigitation to clean all the muck off her as we've been traveling. and using mending to repair any sort of issues with her outfits. So as usual, she
that's
looks
why.
like she's just been out for a stroll.
My notes are out of order. Okay, so before exiting the cave, the unmistakable grunts and calls of soldiers fighting reaches your ears, and in your rush to provide aid, you nearly stumble on the craggy ground. You can scarcely believe your eyes. The chaotic camp of refugees has been transformed in the short time that you've been gone. Squads of villagers led by the guards use sticks to train against one another. A few yards away, another group marches in sync to the dictates of Monmeo. It takes a few breaths before they notice you, but when they do, all eyes in the camp turn to you.
Well, as they should. They're the most important people here.
Did we actually bring the bag of holding with all the
Yes,
Balak?
Yes.
I
Okay.
should hope so.
No, we did not leave it with Balak. That would have been.
Suddenly thought we've kind of, hi, we're here.
I thought you had the bag. No, I thought you had the bag.
Okay, so Lothar, Obed, and Domniku emerged from the throng of islanders, heading straight towards you. Lothar's steps come faster when he catches sight of Side Splitter. Who has got Side Splitter? The
He
axe.
shoved it in the sack.
I think it went in the sack. So we wouldn't have caught sight of anything yet.
They picked it up because that's the way we knew about the book.
Yeah.
Yeah, correct.
Vision.
And then Balak went off to go get the book while we took everything back through the tunnels.
Okay, so yeah, but somebody put it in the sack, did they, in the end?
Yes.
All right, very well. I shall jig that then. So yeah, Lothar's steps come faster as he approaches you, and he says, "Did you bring her? Have you got Side Splitter?"
Well,
His
we've got
eyes
your
are
axe.
ablaze, almost with a desperate intensity.
Yeah, we've got your axe. It's in the bag. I don't know who's got the bag, but I haven't. Didn't Eivor have the bag?
I think Ava had the bag.
Yeah.
You may as well just turn it inside out. I'm sure that'll work fine.
Yeah, that it might do is it just scatters weapons all over the floor.
What is that? What you're doing? Just emptying the sack all over the floor?
So, Ava, are you dumping everything out, or are you handing them out one by one?
Yeah, you doing your Mary Poppins, or you just dumping it out?
Just don't put it.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So you tip it up and stand there for a few minutes as weapons and bits of armor steadily pour out of the bag, till eventually the Side Splitter clatters to the floor. Says, you found her! We've been through more tough times than I care to remember.
Anyone want to mention why Balak's not with us?
We'll find out.
Was it that had the vision? Was it Jalhan?
I can't
Some-
remember.
I can't remember.
It was whoever picked up the axe, obviously.
I think it might have been Jalhan.
Yeah.
Who would come in and out and never doing it, and then he did it. Then, since I'm playing Jalhan, I'll just tell him that I picked up the axe, the vision, that we needed to go get the book. So we're kind of querying about what.
So Lothar snatches up Side Splitter and says, it must have been a latent connection.
What does that mean?
It's something Side Splitter does. There's a psychic kind of a psychic link bond between the owner.
Yeah, you could have just spoke to my horse and told me that.
So
Says I wasn't aware though that it would have been there would have been any residual link left. It must have picked up on it when you grasped the axe.
I got the vision. I got the link, and I relayed the information to the team. Our most brave and daring member of the squad decided to unman it and go find this book. Probably dead.
One of you stay. Right. He looks a bit worried at that point. I must speak. Going. Oh God, I can't remember the guy's name. What's your name? I must go and speak with Christophru. And he
Who's
hurries
Christoph?
away.
Oh, sorry, never mind.
Doesn't sound
All right.
good.
Well, Threadney is going to go find a
for the night.
tent. Yep, get changed into a sulken, sleeping couture, and then head to bed, get some rest.
You much. I mean, it all looks like.
Sorry. Sorry, Nicky, we've got a lot of bleed through from your side.
TV or something there, I think.
Sorry, it's my dad. He talks very loud.
Okay.
No, it's fine. So, Threading goes to bed.
So you want somebody else doing?
Oh, well, it looks like the training's in hand, so, we could do with the rest after that scrap.
Yeah, you said it's early evening, so I figured it's bedtime.
Okay.
I mean, unless someone tells me that it's something else going on.
Right. So yeah, Obert says take a short rest. Take a rest if you can. Then you've probably earned it. But time is of the essence. We need to be moving.
But you're not going to march this army through the night, are you? They've been training all day. They probably need to rest as well.
Yep, Threadney heads to bed. Can I level up?
We'll set off.
Can I level up?
We'll set off. Set off before dawn. Make the most of the
Quicker we get
light.
to bed. Quicker we get to bed, the quicker we level. Yes, Phil?
Yeah.
Yippee! Right. Sorry, Phil. Seriously, are we leveling now?
You can do, yeah. So yeah, although your attempts to retire are interrupted briefly after just as you're ready to retire, you're interrupted as pleasant. But after all the pleasantries have been exchanged, and Lothar is reunited with Sidesplitter, they drag you in to discuss their plans for the attack. So Lothar has planned a two-pronged invasion of the city. The first group will follow the subterranean path that you have cleared through the caverns and tunnels to emerge inside the stockade. Once you've established a position of strength within the city walls, that group will infiltrate Fazine with the ultimate goal of opening the front gate to allow the bulk of the force to swarm in. Lothar suggests that you take charge of the first group, while he leads the contingent bound for the jungle.
Okay.
So the numbers have significantly swelled as well since you left. They've almost doubled in number of refugees.
Well, it's a lot more then.
So you probably about at least 78% of the citizens here.
Oh, that's quite a lot then. Do we think it would be enough?
he hopes it's enough. He hopes the element of surprise. He hopes that that element of surprise will work in their favour. With your group drawing attention away from the gates initially. And if it all hinges on you being able to open the gates.
Okay.
If we're
lovely.
stalled at the gates, there'll be people. Everybody will be slaughtered. There'll be a bloodbath.
Really? A Ghoul's known for being able to use bows, are they?
Yeah. Yeah, they can use weapons.
I don't think it's weapon. The devotion subclass has no matching class with identifier paladin. What?
They have classes. They can have classes just like you.
I'm just looking at it. I've got some sort of error thing come up saying Oath of Devotion subclass has no matching class with identifier paladin.
Yeah, I had the same thing with mine.
All right.
I assume it means it's struggling to decide.
It might be that you have to. There's I think they updated it again, and I've had various issues with things. You might have to drag it on from the compendium or something.
Yeah.
I mean, everything's the feature's been added. The Aura of Devotion, which is all I get at that level.
Yeah. So what is it that's missing?
Nothing's missing. It's just there's a warning thing I can't seem to get rid of. This Oath of Devotion subclass has no matching class with identifier paladin. No, but it's got everything. It's added it all.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, it's added it. It's complained about it, but it's added my stuff, so it's fine. I just need to choose a spell.
Didn't even get that on this level. No more spells. No more slots.
Really? Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, don't know. Paladin.
Dawn is later than that.
No, I gained one spell slot. Level 3. There's no more known spells.
Why is the clock not running? Well, that's weird. I'm just gonna reload Foundry because sometimes the clock is. Yes, we do not want to see that again. There we go.
You multi-classing Steve, Dan, just to confuse him a bit more.
Absolutely. I'm just talking to him now. I think he's going to stick with just straight fighter.
Yeah.
We're just going to carry on crazy with him.
Well, if people are still doing their leveling up, I'm just going to take this opportunity to make myself a fresh cup of tea. I should be back forthwith.
I clicked a button, I'm done.
So, Stephen's asked me to roll for his HP.
Ooh, brave man.
Because he'd be dead. Pull up. Classic.
Ooh, right back.
Problem.
You actually did well there to get 6 on there, Threadney. I just haven't risked it, I've just taken the average, I'm too scared. Nice.
Welcome.
That one above average, that's good though. I'd roll a 1 and it'd just feel really bad. I'm like, average. What, so you got like 70 odd hit points now?
I'm not sure. It's a minute. I'm just reading some of the stuff that he wants.
Okay.
Already got fainting, attack, and disarming. We can try.
I think ambush would be a great one for him.
This is still going to be huge input, even though you're not like you like them.
Get to add superiority dice to initiative. Mind you, we roll initiative too many times for that to be useful.
Yeah.
And in a normal game, it'd be really good.
I'm going to go grapple, strike, and trip attack.
So have you picked your spell there, spell Abel? Awesome. I'm going to go with a weird one, just for fun.
Oh yeah, what's really good actually, maneuver and attack. You get to add the superiority dice to damage roll and choose a friendly creature who can see or hear you and move them half speed without provoking opportunity attacks. Because Avor keeps ending up in combat.
Very clumsy. How do you import stuff again? Oh, you have to do it through the other sheet. Yeah, there we go. Turn them import. Tools, spells. Players. Sorry, Eivor, how many spells do you have at your level 7, aren't you? So you've got a level 4 spell now. Is that right?
Yep.
Cool. Okay. Yeah, because I took a dip into something else, so I don't have level 4 spells. Not yet, anyway. Cool. Okay. Right. Just trying to make sure I haven't mucked anything up. Oh, where's my player's book? I think I'm leveled up full. I'm not sure if the rest are also done.
Yep, Stephen's done.
I'm done. Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody sorted?
I think so, yeah.
Still run for it, Nikki?
4, 3, 3, 1.
Pardon?
All good?
Oh, good.
7 plus 6. 13. Yep, perfect. Right.
Okay. So we're all almost at the end of this act.
Wow.
Level up again.
The act, the entire book, this book.
Wow.
So that's yeah, almost halfway through the entire thing.
Cool.
And the pace picks up in the last two books. Right. Anyway, so yeah, if you wake early the next morning. It's still dark when you're woken, and you're preparing to get underway, eating while they're making the preparations, gathering all the weapons together, and making any last minute checks. I'm not sure if they're assigning anybody to your group.
What's our group supposed to be doing?
So the idea is to head back through the tunnels, secure the stronghold, and then basically make a play to try and open the gate, the main gate.
And you want the 4 of us to do that. I mean,
So during the night, as well, I should mention this. So during the night, Balak turns up.
hey,
Hey.
he's alive. Not what I expected.
Much to everybody's surprise.
Fucking tentacle dog.
What, you were invisible?
Fucking tentacle dog.
I'm taking the invisibility war off at some point.
Yeah, and it couldn't see him anyway.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
So
Did he find? Sorry, carry on.
So when you arrive at the camp, you quickly taken to meet Christopherou, who is it turns out is the owner of the Albatross and some kind of scholar, and he thanks you, although somewhat briefly and abruptly. He thanks you for the book and quickly takes repossession of it. Lothar is a bit more forthcoming with his thanks and congratulations, and
What was in the book?
the clerics see to any wounds that you've got, so yeah, they tend to you and I'll give you a cure light wounds. If it's called cure light wounds now, or is it just cure wounds?
Cure wounds. What is the what was in the book?
I think I got a chance to look at it before.
Are you kidding? You jumped into the ocean. You at some point climbed out the ocean. And Balak, being the nerd he is, would have definitely looked at it. I mean,
But it's first to me, and I'm back on scene. So, what Arctic felt. I managed to look at the book while coming back.
Okay. So, where are we? Lost it. Items. So it's called. Well, it's some kind of ledger, and it's got that's got the name One Dolphin. Um, so that's who the book originally belonged to. He conveniently wrote his name in it for some reason. But you can't make much sense of it. It's kind of just a jumbled a fragmentary bundle of handwritten notes, illustrations, and diagrams. Um, in part, it seems to be like a travel journal of some kind, but it's just really trippy and um, talking about dreams and lucid dreaming and all sorts of weird stuff. Prophetic visions, talking about prophetic visions and parallel worlds and all sorts of just weird stuff. But it's like I say, it's all in a jumble as well. There's no sort of um, clear organisation to it.
Okay.
Cool.
And
Seems
of course
we're
you've
off to
got
war.
of course you've got that other book as well.
Yeah, the coverless book.
Yes.
Welcome back,
Anything
Balak.
special? Hi.
We're
Tired.
We're off to war. You come in.
Lovely. Do it 4 hours.
So yeah, you only get. Sorry.
Just going to ask how much the cure wounds for, or did it give me back to full health or what?
I can't remember how much it is. Cure wounds.
1d8 plus wisdom modifier.
Okay. So,
Forecasting.
okay. So you get 5.
Cool.
Yeah. So like I say, everybody's rushing around all over the place. Already when you wake up, you're quickly given some food, and you're assigned a contingent of 5 commoners, which have received have got
Red shirts.
yeah.
Doomed.
Yeah, so they've got basic weapons. A couple of them have just got pitchforks because obviously you weren't able to bring enough. Although you brought a lot of equipment back with you, there wasn't enough to equip everybody properly. So a couple of them have just got pitchforks. Almost all of them have been given some of the armor that you brought back, so they've all got some kind of leather armor. So weapon-wise, like I said, pitchforks or maybe spears.
You're supposed to equip your break-in team the best because we're the ones who got to hold off while we open the gates. Getting pitchforks.
Yeah.
What sort of army is this?
Not an ill-equipped one. I suppose they're kind of relying on you to protect them, I guess.
Right. Hi ho, hi ho.
Back to the
It's
tunnels
off
we
to
go.
war we go.
Aye.
So what you're doing? How are you arranging these? Are you sending like scouting ahead? Are you keeping these guys back behind you at a safe distance, or how are you? Excuse me. How are you organising yourselves?
Well, Threadany is going to work under the assumption that most people in the party would like these people to survive, yes.
Yeah.
So why doesn't Threadany stay at the back of the group with these 5? While the big strong fighters go do the discovering things on the front like they did.
Those with spears should be behind us. Once we engage, they can kind of reach over the top and poke.
Yeah, but should we wait for that until we get to the actual other end?
But well, they can stay quite threatening until we get there, but
Yeah. Cool. Well, that's fine. Threadney will play Mother Hen, sort of,
you better
until we
cast your
get to the stockade.
dancing lights 'cause it's dark down there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I can keep them around me.
So is there any other preparations anybody wants to make before you get underway?
No, she
Lothar.
just makes. Sorry,
I
carry
want,
on.
Loth- I want Lothar to take my horse with him because when we get the gates open, I want my horse.
Yep, he's happy to do that. Is he able to ride it? Probably not, can he?
I'm sure he probably can. Let me just have a look. I mean, it's still a horse. I'll speak to him if he's willing.
So yeah, if he's able and the horse is willing, he'll happily take the horse and ride it into battle.
Yeah.
He'd be honoured.
Cool. And yeah, you can ride Apollo.
Oh, is there anything else? Anything else that Balak wants to impart on from his foray into around Fazine?
The streets were eerily quiet. It seemed to be a lot of people on the ground, but the walls were fortified. Walls on the actual on the town walls seemed to be, even doubled. In the town centre itself, where the big statue was, was. It's been disappeared. There was a citadel, did you call it, Phil?
Like a big black stone citadel, looked like it had grown up out of the ground.
From where the actual statue used to be in the town
You know we're going to have to go in there.
citadel.
First things first, though, we need to open the gates for the rest of the army.
Cool.
And we'll go in the citadel where we're obviously supposed to be going.
So yeah,
Carry on.
Balak get 4 hours to long rest? Are we out straight away? Because I only need 4 hours for a long rest.
yeah. So yeah, you just get the bare minimum. So also, the streets during the streets were devoid. No, there were no sign of any gas on the streets either. Only ghouls and a few humans that were loyal to the magistrate.
Right, so basically it's open season on anything we see. Cool. So when they say open the gates, do they mean the gates have to be opened, or do they mean they just need a big hole through which they can come into the city?
Or either works.
Well, probably the gates open unless the hole's as big as the gates anyway.
Could be arranged.
People
I mean,
size.
Eivor has certain flammable skills that are extremely transferable.
But the gates, you've seen the gates, unless they've replaced them, you've seen the gates yourselves already. They are to physically destroy the gates themselves would take some considerable effort and a lot of time.
Okay.
By which point, yeah.
So basically, he wants us to open the gates.
Yeah. Well, you'd aside from anything else, it's unlikely you'd be able to hold out long enough to be able to like physically burn them or smash them down.
Okay. Right. I suppose we get cracking then. Into the tunnel as we go.
Okay. So, well, so do you all make an intelligence check? I mean, I presume you'll remember that, but yeah, let's.
We need the druid, don't we?
Yeah, so Obed accompanies you to.
Oh my god.
Well, so actually, Obed doesn't accompany you because he says the last time he checked, they've been keeping a watch on the cave, and they've all the creatures that were there have gone.
Wow, that is a dismal set of int checks.
That is terrible. Wow. I suppose somebody can do one for Jalhan. Maybe Jalhan can save the day.
Nope.
Ah,
Right, we're sorted full. We
yeah,
crack on.
away you go. Okay, so yeah, so like I said, Obed says there's no sign of the flies and the beetles and other creatures that were there. They've, for whatever
Oh.
reason, they've gone.
Because the volcano's going to blow.
He shrugs, and he wishes you all the best, and he'll see you all on the at the gates of Fazine.
See you on the other side.
Okay, so you lead your contingent up the hill and into the caves, passing through the entry cave, and entering through into the through the rear passageway. And as you do,
Up
like
the back
Obed's,
passage, yes.
sorry.
No, carry on, please.
Oh, I need to put the tunnel up. And as you do, as Obed said, there's no the familiar sounds of chittering and buzzing insects are absent. But you can all make a perception roll. Or the people at the front. Who's the
Canvas
people at the
drawing
front?
failed. Something failed. I can't see anything.
Oh, there's no. It's all right. It's my fault. There's no tokens. The tokens are on the back, so let's move them two back to the front. Ba, 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 ba. Whee. Oh, we're missing a Balak as well.
Yep.
Like Hitler. See now?
Yep.
Yep.
Jolly good. Okay. Yeah, so you can make. So who's at the front? So Fredden is at the back with the.
Usually it's me and Jalhan usually,
Yeah. Okie dokie.
unless we're sneaking and then we send Balak.
So which is it to be then? I mean, the
No,
caves are
I
supposedly
don't think we're
clear.
sneaking. We've
Yeah.
got a big load of people with us, haven't we?
Oh. Sorry, I moved Eldron at the same time. Okay. So yeah, so let's move you up there.
Perception.
You can roll a perception for somebody. Can roll a perception for Jarlhan. Oh, delightful.
25.
Beautiful.
Wow.
Probably not necessary.
No, that's why I rolled high.
So yeah, like I say, entering the rear cave, the familiar sounds of chittering and the buzzing insects is absent. But there's something else. You can hear a scuffling noise, but it's strange. It's got like an odd quality, almost as though something is moving through water. And then off to in the back corner of the back left corner of the cave, you catch a sight of a flicker of movement, but then it's gone.
Well, there's something up there. We either investigate or we carry on. But I think if we carry on, Balak, you need to go and stand near Threadney.
So when you say corner of the room, do you mean the corner next to Threadney?
There's the top left in this cave where me and Jalhan are.
Oh, right, okay, I can't see.
There's a pool up there.
Where's Balak gone?
It's down here with Threadney.
Oh, yeah, I can't think because I've got tokens left.
Let's have Jalan. Sorry. Right,
So
well,
the
I
rest
suppose.
of you are in the presumably just outside or just in the first cave.
Yeah, we just follow on, really.
With the plebs. Let's add some combat
Well,
on.
Well, I assume we just follow on after the two in front, so we give them 20, 30 foot, and then the rest of us just follow unless they tell us to stop.
Okay. There we go.
There's something up the top left. Do we want to investigate it? Get these people to stick their spears in?
Are we the only group coming through the tunnels, or is there
Yeah.
anything behind us?
As far as I'm aware, we're the only group coming through the tunnels.
Well, then I think we should ignore it, because it's more important we get to the town on time with
Yeah.
the ability to do what we need to do.
If Balak wants to stand bodyguard, so we've got a competent melee fighter at the back as well. This something comes out of that pond. But you can catch up pretty quick, can't you?
Yeah.
You want me behind the commoners?
Yeah, with Threadney. Threadney's at the back, as usual, but just in case something turns up behind us, you're pretty quick. We need you at the front.
Okay.
I saw something in the top left, moving around in the pond. Don't know what it is.
So we just skirt around the right-hand side of the
Yeah,
cavern
keep away from it. Yeah, I think so.
Oh, we do that full.
Okay, so what are you doing? So is Eldron and Jalan going through, or are they hanging back to protect everybody else, or what it is that they're doing?
We're going through.
Okay, so Eldron, as you move forward, you get about halfway across the like sort of sandbank that runs through the middle of the cave, and you can see this thing squashed into the like crevice where this pool is in the corner. It looks
Edible.
it looks like almost like cross between like a centipede and a octopus's tentacle. A tentacle.
Another one.
Another tentacle.
It's fine. It's in the pond.
Just tell it to stay over there, or else.
Yeah. We're in the pond. It's in the pond.
Right,
We're not going near the
you can
pond.
see sort of around the edges of the room as well. You catch sight of movement and you can just make out sort of bony looking tentacles just hiding within the like cracks and crevices that are around the cave's walls.
Whole
Right.
cave.
I'm just going to go back and therefore it's time for your party piece.
Threadney says to the peasants around her, "Ooh, I do like this part."
Unless we don't want to use them up early, but obviously there's a cave full of tentacles, so
Yeah.
oh, it's a moving tentacle now.
So the tentacles are all sort of in this area. Like,
Yeah, I think about a fireball would cover that, wouldn't it?
so like sort of in the walls like here.
Do we want to go through and ignore this big tentacle monster, or do we just want to fireball it and go on, or do we want to go and get injured before we even start the fight that we actually need to do?
Does it look like it's trying to lay a really poor ambush? In other words, it's just waiting for us to show up.
I mean, I'm not au fait in tentacle body language. Can't really tell, and I don't think it's. Oi, are you trying to give us an ambush? I see you. Yeah, you over there with the tentacles.
It is really. I mean, it is really well hidden. But your perception is pretty good. But it's weird looking at it. It's like it looks way too big to be like crammed into this narrow crevice that it's trying to hide in.
What do you want to do? Do you want to fight it? Because if so, as it thinks it's hidden from us, I'm just going to go over, follow my finger, and point a fireball that way.
Yeah, I'd say just do that.
Oh, my finger!
Go on,
assuming you want to use up one of your fireballs, we kind of we'll ambush the ambusher.
Yeah, go for it. Just do it.
Do it.
Okay, so Evor's moving up then, is she?
Yeah. Obviously, I'll stay. She can get in this gap between me and Jalhan and just kind of flick a fireball that way, whatever she does.
Oh, I can see the creature from here. Nice. I can also attack it. So when Eivor drops a fireball, Threadney can also actually hit it from here. Wow. I'm not sure that's entirely accurate, full, but if I can see it, as you say, I can see what I can see.
I kind of thought we had some crabs because they're not behind us.
I almost panicked there.
Yeah, it's how the
Army
how
of
the
peasants.
walls are being drawn. Yeah, you probably wouldn't get line of sight to it. It's a bit weird how the walls are being put in.
Yeah.
Not
If I
to
was stood
worry.
where, okay, it's fine. It's fine. Right, I'll wait for Eivor to open proceedings with a fireworks display.
Okay. Fire but
Not fun.
hey.
It's never not funny.
Yeah, it's always funny the way he says it. God.
Radius. So that's going to get that entire area.
Oh,
Yep.
God, yes. Well, in fact, you don't even have to send it that far.
No.
But yeah, does the job, doesn't it?
It's not going to miss basically. I'll not require that roll because it doesn't really make any difference in this situation. Even if it goes off one or two to one side, it's still going to do the job. And there's no potential collateral targets. So.
Mm.
That's what right. Okay, go ahead then. Wait.
Roll your damage. See what happens.
Is it not doing the dex save?
It is not at the moment. No, it thinks it's being clever. It's not very clever, but it thinks it's being clever.
Thinks it's been clever.
So it's
You
it's
described
trying
half
to
of
remain
humanity there, Phil.
incredibly still.
Wow, that's a lot of ones.
Oh dear.
Oh,
Wow.
Oh wow, that was a lot of ones. Yeah.
That must be
Okay,
the
right. So yeah, the fireball explodes in the back corner, and the like tentacles are all sort of suddenly withdrawn.
shriveled.
And you can see that it's like withdrawn into its main body, back into this thing. Right, so that was how much was it again? It was
19.
so
There's a 13 hit.
does a 13 hit? It strikes it, but it just does nothing. It's covered. It's like body's covered in like sort of bony plates.
Gotcha.
So it's natural armor. It doesn't penetrate its natural armor.
No problem.
Okay, so I believe we are now going to be falling into some combat. Inevitably, combat never happens in this scenario.
Oh my God, my run of poor initiative continues.
I normally get poor initiative as well, don't I? So,
I read a very funny interview where they're talking about leveling up in D&D for wizards, and if it was the same as in Harry Potter. So in Harry Potter, they go to lessons and they like study through books. But if it was like D&D, it'd be like, okay, your level 1 wizards go out and just kill everything you can find. The more you kill, the higher level you get. Off you go. I just murder everything.
Yeah.
You also can level up just by having some really good conversations in pubs.
Yep.
And I can do that as a fighter.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Wow, Eivor sucks at initiative more than me.
It doesn't matter because that thing sucks the most.
Yeah, it does unbelievably so.
Wow.
Unbelievably, I don't know why I've reduced the hit points to the wrong thing as well.
Right, so Balak's up first. You lucky boy.
What you doing, Balak?
Move to attack.
Move to
Can't
attack.
see it.
Yeah. So yeah, have to run up and see what all the excitement's about.
What
Can you see in the dark?
can?
There's an
Tell
elf.
me, carrots.
Oh yeah, cause you keep forgetting you're an elf. Health.
And I will put an arrow at it.
Okay.
At some point, Jalhan's really going to want that longbow back.
It's fine.
Ooh, just off a one. Okay, right. You stick an arrow in it. 4, 5 damage. Okay.
Meet him.
Oh, begin combat. Boom. Next is Commoner, who presumably does nothing. Then Eldron.
I'm just going to hold here and let the ranged people do their thing, because I'm not running into where all the tentacles are coming out the walls. You could have made it there as well. Exactly.
Right, Jalan's up. What does Jalan do?
Yes, it's Commoner. Jalhan. Commoner.
Okay, so if it
Send
move
in
my
your messages.
to attack, there in time. I'll move up to that here.
Uh-huh.
Hold an action if one of these tentacles or anything comes in striking distance.
Radio.
And no, he can't train it to ride it like a horse.
He hasn't got a magic weapon or advantage.
There's no chandelier to swing from.
I forgot to do a long rest previously, so I'm just going to do one now. So his superiority dice back.
Right. So yeah, Jalan goes to sleep. Right, so Commoner Threadney.
There's Threadney.
Apologies. Right, Threadney steps forward a little bit so she can clearly see what's going on, because I'm a little uncomfortable back there. I shouldn't have been able to see anything.
Yes, I was just going to say ignore the bit that you can. So you can more or less see from that. You can draw a straight line.
Yep.
Straight down to it.
Eldritch Blast. Ooh, that should
Okay,
hit.
you just managed to penetrate its armor, and for 7 points of damage.
But I get 2 of these, so where is it? Standard roll. And then so that was the first one. The second one,
right, that strikes it but fails to do any damage.
Cool. And then she waits to see what happens.
Okay, and next to act is Evor.
Don't use all your big spells, just some small firebolts or something.
I was just gonna do like cantrips.
Earthquake.
Earthquake, yeah.
Excellent. Mold Earth.
I get 2d10 on that as well. That's nice.
Oh,
all right, so that misses. Impacts the wall at the side of it, unfortunately.
Right, but that's the first one. You've got 2 of them, don't you?
It's just one. It's just the damage goes up.
Oh, right. Okay. Fair enough.
I really need to record Isfan's voice for that. I really do.
Firebolt.
Firebolt. Well, I haven't actually got it on. It's on the recording, so I should just lift it off there. Anyway, so and next is it. So it kind of detaches itself, squeezes itself out of this this crevice it's wedged itself into, and as it does so, it's just like I say, it's just way too. That's a ruler. It's way too big to have been feasibly fit in that space, but somehow it did. As it pulls itself out, it kind of tucks itself into its lower half, and then starts rolling like a wheel straight at who's that? Is that Jalan? Straight
Yeah.
at Jalhan, and it just comes with like the speed, like incredible speed. It's almost a blur.
Well, he had an action held.
It did,
to
so
attack.
he can attack.
Wow.
It does have to make a dexterity check to avoid
Avoid.
being knocked over by it.
Let's check.
Yep. Check. Oh dear, he's knocked prone by it.
Yeah, but that's after
Yeah, he still gets
hit
his thing though. Yeah, he gets his thing and he's not but he's not prone by it.
Just stop it with a short sword.
I got this image of someone trying to stab a truck's tires to stop it getting mowed over by the truck instead.
Okay,
Team's
right.
hit.
So yeah, as it knocks him down, he swings and or rather it lunges at it and stabs it for 12.
Does he get his 2 attacks on the held action?
No,
Just the one.
no, because it still only counts as a like a reaction thing.
Okay.
It's not. It doesn't use a reaction, but you can only do one. Yeah, one attack. Yeah, even if you got multiple ones.
Right, round 2 then.
So that would be. That's right.
Or does it attack as well as roll around? Like
It
a rogue?
does. Yes, it does. But
So please. The Droidecker.
yes. So where are we? So it lashes out. How many attacks does it get? Oh my god. Okay, right. And as Jalan falls to the floor, it unfurls itself, sitting on it. So it's like it's the bit that you can see on its head. It's the same at both ends.
Mm.
So it stands on what looks like another face or mouth or whatever. Did I show you the picture of it? There's a lovely picture. It's a fantastic looking thing.
Well, we didn't get very far before this entire went to rat shit.
There you go.
Lovely.
Beautiful thing, wasn't it? Lovely.
Yeah.
Got like these spikes for tread, although I'm not sure if they'd probably be on the inside rather than the outside. Anyway, yeah, so it lashes out at Jalan with tentacles. Tentacles. Who would have thought it had tentacles? What's Jalhan's armor class? Oh, it's got advantage because it's prone. 15. Right, it strikes him with a tentacle, and he is hit for 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
Interesting.
And it grapples him with a tentacle, lifting him up into the air. And it's a new round.
Right.
Use its other attacks on something it's got hold of, apparently. Right, so reset initiatives. Oh my god, it got better this time. Ooh.
God, I'm going in reverse. How is that possible?
Jalhan at least gets to stab it some.
1.11. So Jalhan. So yeah, your Jalan is restrained. He can attack it, or he can use his action to try and get out of its grasp.
He will attack it.
Okay. so I don't think it impedes your attack, does it? Keep looking at it. Look this up. I don't know how many times.
It didn't the last time you
you can
picked me up.
attack.
No. Yeah, it's just your speed, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
Speed, dex thing. Go ahead then. Go ahead, come ahead.
Okay. So, attack.
Okay, right.
Mm.
Stabs at it. Stabbers.
Stabbers.
That's Harry Potter, isn't it? That's stabbers.
Stabbers.
Oh,
Stabbers.
scabbers, yeah. Stabbers. No, that's the X-rated Harry Potter, isn't it?
Yo.
I would.
19 hit.
Oh wow. So
19 hit.
sorry?
Yes.
19 hit.
Yes, it does. Yeah. So what? The first one was 8, was it not?
Yes.
Was
Damage.
9.
And 9 points of damage. Okay, it's looking badly injured.
That's his attack. Let's just do that 10.
Okay, so next is it. Oh. Yeah. So it rolls up. It rolls up into a ball again. And as it does, it draws Jalan into the middle. So is it kind of in the center of this wheel, and it just whizzes off down here. taking him with it.
Wow.
And then proceeds to attack him. It drops him and starts to try and chow down on him.
Nice.
So it's dropped him anyway, so I don't get it. Right, so yeah, attempts to bite him, but it misses. Has he got any? He hasn't got a light, has he?
Oh, and he's got that hidden gem or whatever it is that you keep saying he's got.
Yes, he has. That's okay then. So
What's it
it misses.
called?
What?
What was it called? I'll add it to a sheet now.
I have
Sheet.
no idea. Glowy gem thing. It's just a dim. It just provides dim light, like dim light in 30 foot. From the library that from the.
Yep. Stone.
I've got
Find something, don't worry about it.
Yeah. Got the name
Find
of the inn.
something.
What are the name of the inn now? Pale Shepherd.
Doesn't matter. It's got the light stone.
It does matter. Right, so it lashes at him and hits him with a tentacle again. That does him 8 points of bludgeoning damage. Okay, so next level. Pardon me. Firebolt. Okay, right. Strikes it, but it doesn't. It doesn't do any damage. Devo doing anything else?
No.
Okie dokie. Commoner, Eldron.
Yeah. That's fortunately when it comes to things that are running away from me really fast, all I can do is try and chase them. Clank, 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 clank.
Jingle jangle.
I mean, to be honest, I might as well dash next to it.
Right.
There we go.
Okay, Commoner Balak.
let's go. Okay. I will. I've got line of sight on the answer.
Yes, you would have line of sight there, yeah.
Just fire an arrow at it again.
Okay. Okay, right, you stick an arrow into it.
You sneak this time, though.
Yeah,
Oh.
sneak damage, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
7 plus sneak.
Which is like, what, 4d6 now?
4d6, you're right.
Nasty.
Boom. Straight eye. Straight eyeball.
Right in the tentacle.
Which one?
Any one of them. That still only says 3d6.
Yeah, it's not upgraded, has it? Tell you what, let's just do this one.
Ooh, nice.
15 plus 1, roll 1d6. 13. Oops.
Hell happened there?
I know we zoomed in.
Yeah.
Let's do that. 15. So it's 2 points of damage.
Sorry?
2 points of damage.
You said 22,
22.
did you?
22.
No, it's cutting off your first word, Dan. We can't hear the first word.
Oh, sorry.
I think you said 22, though, did you?
That is 22 points of damage.
Right, 22. Okay. Okay, right. It's badly injured. It's yeah, bleeding from numerous wounds.
It's my turn.
Well, if you've got more turns.
Actually, I've got bonus attack on.
Oops, sorry.
I have no idea.
Have bonus action. I can use dash. In action.
Very choppy tonight from Dan.
Dash. Get as close as possible. So there.
Okay.
And my turn.
All right. Very good. So, final this round is Threadeny.
Right. That's 15. 15. And I'll dash.
Okay, so the townsfolk follow up behind you, and as they get into this wider area, they remember the train and start like forming a defensive line and readying the weapons.
I can't see anything at this point, so we'll just be cautious and do something interesting next turn. Oh, they can't see in the dark.
No, that's
So-
sticking with you.
Yeah, so I'll just maintain the dancing lights,
Yeah.
sort of, just so they can see what's going on. Right, that's it. Next round.
Although they've probably been equipped with some like a torch each, I imagine.
That's fine. I can't see anything to shoot at anyway.
Right, so real estate and initiatives. Oh my word! It's got
Jesus. Okay.
Yay, 14. I've got double digits.
Boom, boom,
Oh, wow. Evil.
Oh,
T-shirt of shame. Oh dear. Okay, so first track then is the tire, the wheel. Right, it lashes out. Let's go a few targets. So it lashes out a tentacle at both Jalhan, Eldron, and Balak.
Well, I'll put it on a disadvantage to. Let me think. 1 to 3, Jalhan. So disadvantage against Balak.
Okay. So it attacks Jalhan first anyway. Oh, so it hits him with a 20, not a natural 20, but a 20 nonetheless. Right, doing him 5 points of bludgeoning damage, and it wraps restrains him with a tentacle. Grabs hold of him. Then it attacks Eldron with a tentacle. Oh no, that's the wrong thing. That's a rolling. It's not going to roll. 26.
Yeah,
Not
sure.
critical. Not critical.
No.
And yeah, so bludgeons Eldron for 8 points of damage, and then attacks Balak with a tentacle, which is at disadvantage. Oh wow, and still hits him. Still got a 20.
Totally changed the wrong fighting style because he hits through disadvantage.
And does hits Balak for 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
Uncanny dodge.
Uncanny dodge. Halves it, right? Yeah, okay. So you take 5 damage instead then. Right. And it's still got a bite attack, so I think it's probably going to use its bite against Jalhan because he's really close to it. So it attempts to bite Jalhan. Oh, grabs it, just like wraps its tentacles around and pulls him into its mouth, and noshes down on him for 11 points of slashing damage.
Probably use parry now if you can.
Yes.
I'm waiting for.
Jesus. I think this is the biggest
don't
beat
forget-
in Jalhan.
Don't
Taking
forget,
a long time.
it takes longer for them to walk through the jungle than it does for you to get through these tunnels.
Job, innit? It'll take us 3 sessions.
What do you mean?
Oh,
Reduce it by
nice.
12.
Reduce it by 12, well, that reduced it to 0 then.
Nice.
So yeah, so he manages to bring his short sword up and so it bites onto his sword instead.
Nice.
And so next it's Eldron.
Swingy, swingy. Oh. No, that's not going to hit, is it? Second attack. Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Wow.
I told you I've used my good roll up.
Wow.
Even twice, it just rolled off that 19. Yeah, well, that's me done, because...
I think it all just went into the flashy dice. Oh dear, okay, next is Threadney then.
Right, she can see it. So she's going to try Eldritch Blast on it.
Okay, right, strikes it.
Oh my god.
1 point of
For me,
damage.
see 1. And then she has another go.
Right,
13
so
misses,
it hits it,
doesn't
but
it?
it's in a fate.
Yeah.
It does no damage.
Wow, that was disappointing. Right, that's her turn done.
Come on, Jalhan. Oops.
He's pissed off with the situation. Jalhan just swinging. Enough of it.
Right, stabby. Only got a short sword. Still don't understand why I had a short sword. Anyway. Okay, right. He stabs it. but it does the damage. Another 12.
Nice.
Right, stabs it again. Right, for another 8. Wow. Okay, it's barely able to hold itself together. It looks about almost dead. Is Jalan doing anything else?
No, not at the minute.
Okay, common Balak.
We'll attack it. With Windblow. Here.
Another stabby. Okay, right, you stab it, but you don't penetrate its armor.
Dagger that I could stab it with as well. Offhand, just in case.
Going with the dagger. Okay,
Just
right,
gonna
this
kill
time
it.
you get in. You manage to slip the dagger in through its armor.
Rage. 7.
You don't get the plus 3, but you do get sneak attack if you want.
Sneak attack. Just roll it. R1.
Yeah, you don't
46.
plus 3 because it's offhand, do you?
Yeah.
So low, so it's 4, so that's 12 then.
4 points of damage.
Okay, right, you like lunge at it and bring the dagger up like it's up under one of its armor plates, and it sort of like gives a sort of shiver through its whole body, and then just like falls prone and still across the corridor.
Dead.
Bleh.
Alright. How are people looking? Jalhan got hurt a bit, didn't he?
Did, but he's got second wind. He could use that up. He could use that.
Don't know why that does that.
+7. Use that anyway because
How much is he still looking injured?
easier.
Doesn't
Let's get rid of this thing.
seem to want to do it now. Oh, am I? There we go. So I'm going to lay on hands until he looks less injured. Or basically, how much does he need?
2.
Is that all he needs? Okay.
Yeah, it's down to 50. Oh, this is Jan's got a Battle Master subclass. No, has no matching class with identifier
No.
fighter.
I'll get
I shall
that.
look into that later. It's like I say, it'll probably because the guy updated the rule set.
How much health did he need after he'd done his second wind healing?
Don't know if it added it, because I think he might have been stuck on 50 for a while.
Is he supposed to be on? What's his max?
72.
2.
Okay, it didn't add that, I don't think.
I don't think it did either.
It doesn't automatically. 72. Alright, so 59, so... heal him 13 then. Basically, I'm just going to lay it on hands until he looks healthy. So he's back to full.
Thank you very much.
And I'll do the same to Balak if he wants it.
I'll take it.
So I've got 9 points of that left. The healing is all back up. It's kind of like, bless you, my son. To either side of me, basically. Let's carry on using up all these resources before we even get there.
Well, like I say, you got it's because it takes them longer to get there than anybody. You got potentially got the opportunity for a long rest in before they'd arrive at the city, near the city gates. What fighter class is Yalan?
Battle
Master.
Battle Master. There we go.
So what we found is that it gives you the error, but it does add on the subclass features.
Yeah, because it did it to mine. It gave me my devotion features, but it didn't. But it gave me the error.
Yeah, it gave me the sorcerer level 6 stuff, but it also gave me an error.
Did you do his ability score improvement, Dan?
Didn't get it at level 7, does he? That was 6.
You reach sixth level.
Oh, it's still level 7, isn't it? Sorry.
Yeah. Right. We crack on then, Phil.
Okay.
Threadney leads a little group of peasants through the tunnels, following the
I might mess up his character.
big brave fighters. Yes.
Okay. Right. So yeah, you continue on through the tunnels. The encounter with this thing is sort of both unnerved and sort of unnerve these commoners, but also like sort of steel them to sort of buck them up to like brought it home what they're going to be facing. That they're going to be into some
Lots
real
of.
combat. I'm going to die.
What's that Japanese porn called with tentacles?
Hentai.
Hentai. Right.
Nothing to do with hens. Unless they had tentacles, of course.
There's hentai later.
Right, yeah.
I met a really vicious hen this week, actually.
Right, we carry on then.
So
Any more?
go on. No, go on.
No, you carry on. Carry on.
So yeah, so you regroup and head off down the tunnel, and you make your way into that long tunnel. You know, the tunnel, long one that goes on for ages, that goes up and down.
Condensed one.
Yeah, you come again. You pass all these different pools of water every now and then. This time there's nothing. You don't come across anything untowards. The only obstacle you do come across is the chasm, the rift across the tunnel. But nobody remembered to bring anything to like bridge it.
Yeah.
Which is what.
Well, we still got the rope.
Yeah.
So we'll do the same as last time, which is just Threadney will ping across with Misty Step and attach it sort of on both sides, and then people can sort of use it to stabilize themselves with maybe a loop of rope over it around their waist. So if they fall, it's not fatal. They just kind of pull themselves along.
I'll jump across.
Okay.
Like I jumped across last time.
So yeah, I mean, it's only really going to be a problem because you all got across, didn't you? So it's only really a problem for the commoners. So let's see.
We're going to lose at least one down the chasm, aren't we?
No, if you
my god!
No, you don't, because all you have to do is tie a rope around
so who's holding the rope?
No, hang on. Oh my god, you're jumping to assumptions here. So, someone's tying the rope around them. I think it was Eldron jumping across, tying off both ends.
Yep.
If we can find something, if we can, and
I
then
was holding on to it.
And then each person who's crossing is tying a piece around their waist and a loop over the rope. So if there's any slipping or fatal falling, then they just dangle off the safety
dangle
rope.
thing. But yeah, so somebody's still holding on to the securing the rope though.
Yeah, so I mean that was going to be my question, because last time I think Eldron, you held it. Is that right?
Yeah.
Is there any way for us to anything we could secure it to?
I don't think there was anything
Not
last
really,
time.
no.
Was there? It's
I mean,
like
like I
lava
say, because
tubes. whatever.
if somebody had some something like some pittons, then you'd be able to. I don't think anybody has anything like that, because this was the issue last time, wasn't it?
Jalan has.
Has he?
I didn't.
There's not, funnily enough. Crowbar.
He's
Well,
got
that can work, because what you can do. I'm just thinking this through with what we've got, because Threadney's got crossbow bolts. So what you can do is you can. Have you ever? I mean, I don't know. Do you want me to roll an int check on this, because it's something I know, but a noble woman who's probably not seen a lot of snow probably wouldn't know.
Are you going to trust them on a crossbow bolt?
Crossbow bolts are surprisingly strong. They usually sort of yay long and quite hefty.
Would you hang off one that was stuck in a wall?
Yeah, I don't think.
That's not what's happening. So, when you're crevassing in snow, what you can do is, even with very short sort of ice picks, you can tie a rope across the middle of the ice pick and you actually bury it in the snow, and so you make almost like a resistance against drag across. So if you can set it in dirt in a trench, it actually is a method to pull Land Rovers out of.
They're red shirts. We're going to lose one, and they're red shirts. That's what they are.
I think that's way too technical to occur to anybody. Yeah.
That's fine. It's like I said, it's something that I know, but
yeah, it's way too technical. I mean, if anything, it'd be the province or like a survival skill or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it absolutely would be.
If that. But anyway, so yeah, the first one across slips almost straight away and falls hanging suspended from the rope by the loop that's attached to his waist. So Eldron, you will have to make a strength check to.
Maybe an athletics, okay. Strength. Do I get? Is anyone actually assisting me? By the way, as we seem to be all across here, the heroes.
Well, yeah, I imagine that could be easily done. Yeah, it would be strange if somebody wasn't, I suppose. So yeah, why not?
Strength.
So that would be a strength check with advantage. Yep. So that's fine. So yeah, a little shake, a little lighter, and a little shake. Right. Yeah, he managed the first one manages to cross.
Redney, a bit of prestidigitation over here, if you would.
Tidies up his shorts.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, the others are understandably slightly hesitant and nervous about crossing, but so yeah, the next one goes. It's going to be a comedy of errors, isn't it?
Oh yes.
Oh my God, yeah, the next one fails as well.
How many are we going to drop?
Oh, that fell for one. Oh, 20. Yeah, so yeah. Flick the rope and he he flies over. So yeah, wow, they're getting more nervous as they get.
I should have just stayed on the other side and tossed them, shouldn't I? Nobody tosses a dwarf.
So next, yeah. So the third one goes, understandably very nervous, but he makes it, no problem. And the fourth one, oh, I keep clicking on. I've got the thing here. He's fine, and finally the last one. Oh, he gets stuck. He is not fallen, but so he has to make another check to get across, and he's still stuck. I think he's probably he's maybe like frozen at this point, and he's like kind of stuck halfway across and don't move forward, don't move back.
We drag him over.
Just dragged him over with the 23.
Fair enough. Okay. So you finally get everybody
Come
across.
here, you daft bugger.
Right. Threaden is going to cast Misty Step.
You not just want to climb across.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. She's a noble woman who's not going to catch herself being all undignified, dangling on a rope over a chasm. Not when I have spell slots.
Okay.
Poof poof.
Move down because you're in front. Boom, boom, boom. Right. So you find eventually after about an hour trudging down the tunnel again, you finally come to the junction near the end of the passage, the end of the tunnel, and let's see. So it's again, it's eerily quiet down here. There's echoes. The echoes of your footsteps fill the tunnels. Fill the tunnel and all. It's like rain bouncing off the cobblestones, and the eerie acoustics amplify the reverberations of your steps and the drip of water into the inky blackness of that pool, and you can feel the thud of your heartbeats and the heavy breathing of the commoners as they try and keep step behind you. Eldron, you hear
Yes.
a soft pop of bubbles rising to the surface of the water, and that sends your hackles rising on the back of your neck.
Another creature. Do I
You
see
heard
anything?
bubbles popping. Wow.
Yeah, supposedly so.
So that's as
What
you
was-
as you kind of hear.
Yeah, what was in that pond? Can anyone remember?
Massive saltwater crocodile.
Well, I guess we're having crocodile steak for dinner.
Well, that's the one that ate the first mate.
Yeah.
His dead body.
Yeah, I have a feeling it might be coming out at that, or it's green some tentacles, and that's coming out because the tentacle thing seems to be
It's not got
eating everything.
tentacles.
Well, the tentacle thing seemed to be eating everything anyway. There was no bugs,
Well,
but there was a
that's true.
tentacle one. There's bound to be something with tentacles.
So what are you doing?
Threading his skirts
Well,
through so
yeah,
she's got a view of
we
top
can-
and bottom.
Obviously, I'll stand here. Looks like Jahan's standing next to me, so the people can get
Okay.
past while we hold the line.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, Threadney leads the commoners through. Eldron, you can make a perception check.
It's
In fact, no, you don't need to make a perception check. So while you're watching,
It's stuck to the ceiling. It's above you.
you see a trail of bubbles moving from the center of this pool towards the southeast corner, and then you see this frog-like humanoid figure emerge from the water, followed by the crocodile. That huge crocodile that sort of nuzzles against this humanoid's leg, almost looks affectionately, and they disappear. They wander off down that southeast passageway.
Well, it's all sorts, but you guys go and have fun.
I mean, we stood there with lights and they didn't react to us.
Yep.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
We're not on the shores. Let's just go.
Let's just take the win and keep moving.
Yeah.
Yeah. Threadney is like, yep. Let's get out of here.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, you get back to the latrine cave, the cesspool, with that creature still there, with a fresh coating of collecting across the top of it, and you crawl through the tunnel that you dug out earlier or yesterday, till you come out into the lava tube beneath the stockade again.
Threadney will have warned the commoners to jab with a rag and stuff up their nostrils so they don't lose their breakfasts in the cavern.
So what are you doing?
Well, the first question before we go, I suppose, into the before we go into the really, really smelly room is, what time are we supposed to start our diversionary tactics?
Well, exactly. So they said so. Lothar said they were going to plan to get there just before first light.
We set off just after first light today.
Yeah, so it'll take them a day to the whole day and night. So yeah, like I say, it takes longer. So you potentially got time. You can fit in a long rest between.
Okay. Well, shall we go fight a big saltwater croc? See if that shakes loose a level up for us. And if it doesn't, we have a long rest for the next day. I mean, not metagaming at all.
Well,
What do you think, Abel? Shall we go fireball some crocodile?
You've got to cross that. You've got to cross that pond, haven't you? That lake.
I can misty step from one end to the other. No problem.
Oh, you go enjoy.
They'll have got can openers for teeth.
Everything.
Right. Well, no, I think we better just sort of settle down and rest, I suppose.
Okay.
Unless we want to go up a day early. I can't think of a good reason to.
No, probably wouldn't be the best.
But they're going at first light, so we're going to have to go up a bit earlier anyway than they arrive, because we've got to get to the gates in time for their arrival. Or we get.
So they're going to. So they're going to be. Their plan is to be there. Just with at the sort of within sight of the gate by that time. So that doesn't mean gives you some leeway. It doesn't mean that you've got to have it open. They're not going to march. Keep going regardless whether it's open or not.
They're going to be observing.
The shields are up, but we're still going. We're going to fly into it. So they're going to get that far, and then they're going to wait, because they're not going to. They can't risk assaulting the gate if it's not open, because they just get all killed. They'd all get killed.
So I suppose a few questions then to the party is: can anyone remember how the gate was opened? Is it one of those really complicated contraptions which is controlled out of the guard tower next door? Or is it just a really big sturdy gate on massive hinges with a couple of bars across it?
So from what you can remember from when you've passed through it, it's always been open up to now. So you're not aware of if there's any complicated mechanisms that control its opening up, but you do know, you did see that it's got huge bars, or whatever you want to call them, wooden bars that slide across it to reinforce it when it's closed if necessary. But as to any mechanisms, if there is any that's required to open it, you don't know about that.
So it would have been useful to think, asking Lothar, hey, can you ask your horse to ask Lothar how to open the...
Unfortunately, the horse can't speak.
No, I know. Oh, wow, Lassie, yes. No, I understand. So our plan is to sneak to the gate, just before dawn, attack it, work out how to open it.
Well, like I
Open
say,
it.
it doesn't. You don't. It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to be just before dawn, does it?
No, I understand. I'm just thinking that's probably when they're the least number of guards and the least
Well,
number of
according
people
to
wandering around.
Balak, that's probably the time when there's the most guards, because they were, like he said, they were during the day. The streets were quite quiet, and certain things like the gas weren't out during in the day, in the daylight.
Oh, right. Okay, I understand what you mean now. Ghosts don't like the light. Okay. So the question is, just after dawn, then we run up to the main gate and attack everything that's there and try to open the gate, and then hope we can hold it until everybody else shows up. Yes, is that the general
I
plan?
think so, yeah.
So, how tall are these gates?
That's a good question. It does tell me somewhere.
Please tell me they're less than 20 foot tall.
Oh, I don't think that's. No, I think they're probably. We'll find it eventually. Where are we? It's probably in there, is it? No, that's the wrong bit.
Because I have two thoughts.
30 foot.
30 foot tall.
30 foot tall, yeah, the walls and gates 30 foot tall.
Oh, so there's no like thing across the top of the gates. It's just.
So let me have a look. I think there might be. The gate might be slightly less tall. Let me just have a look. I can't remember if there's a thing that runs across the top or not. Yes, there is. So there's like a walkway. Part of the battlements does cross over the top. So it's maybe 25 foot.
Okay.
About 25 foot, I would say.
Okay.
So the outer walls and battlements are made of
Wooden
it's
posts.
like it's a stockade and reinforced with palisade.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
Right. So Threadney has very recently gained the ability to create incredibly lifelike illusions. They don't last incredibly long, maybe 10 minutes or so, but she can create almost any effect she would like within a certain space, approximately 20 foot on a side, a cube. So one thought that she had was, if we do manage to reach the gate, is to place an illusion between the gate and the rest of the town to make it look as if the gate was perfectly fine and closed, while battle rages between us and whomever is defending the gate. So it looks like the gate's fine. And then, should we get the gate open, the illusion is still there, so it still looks as if the gates are closed, even though on the other side the gates have been opened.
So yeah, I don't know if actually. So the walls are actually made from the volcanic stone, red volcanic stone, not wood. It's not a palisade.
Well, there goes
yeah.
the way we got out.
We dug under the palisade. Whoops.
Yeah. Oh well, I don't know where that gone. Maybe our problem. Maybe confusing it with the ones in.
No, I think the picture.
Yeah, I
of
was
the
just
town
looking at the picture.
implies
Doesn't
it looks-
show a palisade either. I was just looking at it because
Yeah.
that's where I thought. Oh, maybe I've just confused it with the picture, and the picture's like
something else. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
So
odd. I think
so the gate is wood, but the walls are volcanic stone.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I guess we just open the gates and hold it until the army streams through.
Yeah. So that's the one. The other one is: do we want to create a diversion elsewhere, which Threadney can do with the illusion, attract a lot of attention to another part of the town, giving us enough time to giving somebody else enough time.
What sort of illusion is this? What is this one item, or can you have like an illusion of people coming over the wall on the north?
Not. It seems strangely specific in the description in Foundry. It says you create an image of an object, a creature,
Okay, so you can't make that sort of.
or some other visible phenomenon no larger than 20-foot cube. It seems completely real, including sounds, smells, temperature that's appropriate, that you can't create.
It's that thing that it says, it's object, it's not creatures, isn't it?
An object, a creature.
Or does it say
or some...
creatures? The other one. Which is the other one that says it doesn't mention creatures, it just says an object?
Oh no, that's minor illusion.
Right, sorry.
Yeah, so you can do one of a realistically painted statue of a creature, but you can't do a creature, which is kind of like okay.
If you can distract them, that's fine.
Yeah, so now I can control. Now this thing will last up to 10 minutes as long as it concentrates. You don't have to be within range of it for it to stay there. But I can't. For instance, if I created an illusion of you, I could actually have you have a conversation.
It can talk.
Yeah, talk.
Can you create an illusion of that foppish ghoul that seems to be in charge of the guards?
No problem. Yeah, absolutely no problem. Yeah,
and get him to send the guards to the other side. Say they're attacking from the west.
Yes,
or whatever.
Absolutely, and I could have it move as long as it's within range of me. I can have it move and walk and talk and do anything I want. Now the only way it'll fail is if someone actually physically interacts with it.
Just make sure it keeps its distance.
So, like, tries to shake its hand, but unless it's actually touched, it'll reveal it's an illusion. Creature that uses its action to examine the image can determine it's an illusion with successful investigation check against the spell save DC.
Sounds like a plan, because if not, I mean, we're just fighting our way in anyway. So that was we've always got that as plan B.
So there are three options. One, we just run up and fight and try to pretend it's not happening. Two, create an illusion on the far side that sort of draws attention to it. Or third option, which I like, which is yours, which is send up the foppish ghoul, who's now captain of the guard, to order the guards to reinforce the other gate. They're approaching from the far side.
There's no other gates, but there is. Yeah. But they could be attacking the wall with ladders.
Or we could say that there's been tunneling heard at the graveyard on the north side of the city. You need to go and reinforce the graveyard, or prepare for them for an underground incursion or something like that, and then send them that way.
They've changed the class. The classes are now called class archetypes in the system.
Even though you can't choose it till level 3.
So a fighter is a class archetype now. Just a basic fighter.
Yeah.
It might have to. I had to do something similar with Call of Cthulhu. I had to rejig, like just make a new character sheet and just redo it. So it might be the case I have to do that because basically some of the mechanics have been changed, but because we use plutonium as well, that's like a separate exterior thing. So it's probably that's conflicting. Some stuff's been imported from plutonium, which is an outside source that's separate from the 5e rule set. Should we say plutonium?
Okay, so do we have anything to do other than a long rest? If we can safely long rest here.
I think so.
Okay. So
anyone else?
So we wait for dawn, just after dawn, head up into the stockade, sneak out the stockade, get to the gate, and then do our thing at the gate. Yeah. I assume we want to run for cover, so are there buildings we're familiar with near the gate, Phil? within 120 foot of it?
So these there's the. Let me just. I'll put everybody on the city map.
Yeah,
Probably
thanks.
a better idea. You can all see that, can't you?
No, not
Big
yet.
green thing at the moment.
Oh, I
Oh,
don't
it's
need a token.
loading.
I can't remember if you need a token on. You shouldn't need a token on there, I don't think. Token vision? No, you shouldn't need a
Normally,
token.
but
No, you don't need a token.
me
You
just-
should be able to see.
reset it.
But yeah, if you remember, there's the outer wall, and then there's like a ditch, or if you could call it, probably bigger than a ditch, um, that runs around the interior, and the actual city's belt is on that kind of like raised bit,
A
that kind
raised
of
plateau
plateau,
thing.
which is about I think that's the bit you were thinking of. That's like about 15 foot.
Okay.
So that's
So-
50. So that's 15 feet above the trench that runs round.
So how far is it from like that building to that wall? Can't be 10 foot.
Let me have a look. I'm sure they've got a scale on one of the maps for this.
The port of call. We were there before, weren't we?
Yes.
So I'm thinking if we can get from the stockade into one of these buildings next to the main entrance,
Yeah.
then we can cast from, let's say, an upstairs window. Threadeny can control her illusion without being out on the street somewhere.
Sounds like a plan.
Plus, it's within fireball range for Eivor if she needs to.
Eyeball.
Scale. So, well, let's see what the ruler says. No, it's more than 5 foot, that's for sure. I don't know. I would say it's between. So from the gate to the first to just to the side of that first building at the top on the actual plateau, I would say. I don't know, about 100 yards.
Ooh, that much. Okay.
No more than that.
From that building to that tower, 100 meters.
Maybe. No, that's probably a bit too far. That's probably maybe about 100 feet.
Okay.
Maybe. Somewhere, yeah, so, yeah. Maybe not, yeah.
I mean,
It's a bit hard
assuming
to
that
tell, isn't
building,
it? So because everything's not perfectly, it's not accurate scaled.
if we say that building, let's say, is 30 foot long, which is a long building, then that would mean that the distance to the wall is approximately 80 foot.
Yeah, so I'll say about 100 foot.
Okay, cool. Right, that works for us. That works for us very nicely. Okay. Okay, right, okay.
About 100 foot.
So we need to get from the stockade. I mean, do we want to, from the stockade, do we want to like duck behind through all these buildings, like the little alleyways, due south, and then cut west behind all those other little buildings, and then try and get into one of those two that are facing the main gate?
I mean, I'm not exactly very sneaky, but we can try.
I'm thinking like something like this. If that makes sense. Keeps us out of sight of the walls for as long as possible.
I recall, we come up from toilets in this area. At the northeast of the stockade, we come up through the toilet.
Yeah.
Is there a door here to get out?
No, there's only one
So
door out of the stockade.
Just the main
Through
door.
or the toilet? There were another door here that I can't remember looking at. Or the toilet. That's fine.
Well, I can put
All
we're
right.
in the stockade. Well, put the stockade map up if you want.
Right, so, full.
Yes.
Here's... now, illusions are a very tricky thing, right?
Yes.
So my question is, I'm going to now try and stretch the bounds of what is humanly possible with an illusion, and you let me know if I'm taking the piss or not.
Probably.
Okay, prepare yourself. So I've got a
Let me pull up
20-foot...
the spell first, so I can be looking
Right.
at it. What is it? It's just
do you want me to-
illusion, is it? Oh, you can drop it into
What-
chat. Yeah, that's easier.
Drop it into chat. Now, I'm not 100% sure if they have... Has the info appeared? Yep.
Yep.
Right there, yeah, that looks accurate. So, could I cast an illusion of an empty street and use that to mask our party as we walk
No.
down the street?
No. I
I
would
take
say
it nobody else passed without a trace.
you could create an illusion of a wall and hide behind the wall, but you couldn't create an illusion of. I wouldn't say you could create an illusion of an empty street.
So, it says create an object.
Yes.
Could I create an object like a wagon and horses
Yeah.
that's
it's an
shorter
object.
than 20 foot? And as long as we were stood inside the wagon, we'd be masked
You could-
from
yes, yeah.
visibility.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. So, my
As long
thought...
as touching it doesn't dispel it.
No, touching it does not dispel it. Touching just reveals it's an illusion.
Yeah.
It's still there, but
Yeah.
you can now faintly see through it.
Yeah.
So my idea is
Yeah,
we come
certain
out of the
illusion you can see
stockade.
through the image and its other sensory clouds become faint. Yeah, fair enough.
I cast the illusion of a wagon, maybe one of those covered ones, something appropriate for the city that we may have seen rolling around the streets. And this wagon, extremely quietly, unusually, makes its way down towards the entrance and parks up in front of that building we're aiming at.
Okay.
And we basically walk along inside it as quietly as possible, sounding as much as a wagon as we can, and then we...
Concentration...
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay, it'll take you long... So what's... Well, you're going to have to get out of the stockade first, of course.
True.
And, of course, it'll
Okay.
take... So where are you going to do that bit? At what point are you going to do that? Because it's going to take you longer than 10 minutes to walk that way, and you probably couldn't get a wagon down the in the alleyways between the houses either.
Yeah. No, appreciated. So it all depends. If the street looks quiet, we can dart across and just
So I need
duck between buildings. But if it looks like there are people wandering about, then illusion of a wagon and horses, and we follow the road to that building.
Yep. So you'd rest until the next day, hadn't you? Had you?
Yes, we're going to rest till the next day.
Rest. Come on, work. Why are you not working?
Right, so we long rest and then we crack on. We head up into the stockade. Everyone ready?
Yeah, it's going to be an army in the stockade, but yeah. Did we have a long rest first, did we?
Yes, because we're going the next morning. Giving ourselves what? Do we go just at dawn or just after dawn? Make sure the ghasts have gone back to bed before we poke our heads out.
So what, after an hour after first light then, or something?
Yeah, make sure any. So we know they're observing the
What's
main
the plan?
gate
I feel
now.
like I'm planning this with Lou. It's to be.
It's very quiet. It's just me and you, Full. Let's get cracking. You
I
guys
thought
good
we
to
were just
go?
going to wait until first light, and up through the
Yep.
toilet, and then making us way towards the gate as possible through the alleyways.
Yep. Perfect.
Nothing else to add to that.
Right, we crack on then, Full. That's what we do.
Okay.
And fails as soon as we come up because there's ghouls in the stockade.
Okay. So yeah, who's going? What? So yeah, what are you approaching that? Climbing.
No, while we're sat there waiting, 20 ghouls use the toilets to slip
Well, I
back down.
presumed you weren't long resting in there. Were you long resting in that room, or
No.
were you back? Good. I would definitely be at risk of catching some disease if you spent a long rest in there.
I would.
Ankle. No. Right, long rest in the nice big open clean cavern, sort of, and then we head into the shitstorm and make our way up the.
So yeah, who's
Coop
going up
tube-
first?
coop
Because obviously
tube.
it's only one at a time.
As this is a stealth mission, I'm suggesting Alak leads this one.
Well, if you like, Threadney can.
I mean, I can certainly lead it if you really want to, but it's
Well,
literally clank, 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 clank.
Well, how about Threadney Misty steps up, which is almost silent, and then uses Mage Hand to retrieve the rope and fasten it for everyone else to climb up.
What works easiest for you?
Cool. Misty step it is. So Threadney Misty steps up and then uses Mage Hand to pull the rope up and tie it off.
So you Misty step, up out of the toilet into the cell, and all is quiet. The place looks deserted, although it looks like it's been ransacked. Everything you can see, obviously you can see through the bars to the main part, to the front desk, and the place has just been turned upside down, and furniture smashed, and floor tiles have been smashed and broken up.
Interesting. Right, rope.
Even the floor in here is just all littered with debris.
Fascinating.
So yeah, but other than that, it's quiet, strangely quiet, and looks deserted.
Right, rope tied off then.
Okay.
We all make it without ceremony, or are we going to have to roll for everybody?
No.
Oh,
We could ensue, let the comedy ensue, but I don't think we'll. Everybody slips and slides on a rope, slick with poo, and.
Well, there's no way we're getting the 5 commoners up, is there? If we just roll.
5 stooges.
Destined to die in the cesspit.
Oh dear, yeah. So you all eventually clamber up the poo-stained rope up into the
right, and then
let's put
I assume
the
it's unlocked.
Back on. For now, switch back. So
I assume all the doors are unlocked at this point.
come on, get over there. Why can't I move? Oh, that's a ruler. There. So back in there. Yeah, through there.
Back in the box.
Back in the box. So all the bodies have gone. Yeah, all the bodies have been removed as well. There's no sign
Eaten,
of
you mean?
Corpses. And the DOS cell's locked.
Locked.
what the keys?
It's true, we did have a set of keys.
Got him. I'll unlock the door.
Okay.
We'll sneak out just to make sure there's nothing. off.
Who's clicking on the door?
Dan,
door.
you got stuck.
Killed by the door, just trapped his head in the door. Like
It's a
repeatedly.
pull. It's a
Kept
pull
slamming
door,
it.
not a push door. It won't open.
Looking through the windows to make sure there's nothing there.
Okay, yeah, there's nothing. No sign of it. The door's locked. Front door's locked as well.
I've got the key. Oh,
You have?
we go down through the bush.
Right, so we'll
Yep.
I won't bother moving your carriage. We'll just push back to the city map now.
Yeah. I mean, if there's nothing in there, it's like, yeah, we escaped the stockade.
Yeah, we're not exactly exploring, are we?
No.
Peer around the corner, I guess, and we dash across to the alley or whatever, looking at the line. Follow the line. Like
Okay,
the
so
sat nav, follow the purple line.
so looking out, you you catch sight of a couple of patrols of ghouls moving about, but nobody nearby the stockade at the moment. And like Ballot reports, the streets are strangely quiet.
Right. I suppose we wait for a clear moment and then dart across into the alley opposite.
Okay. So can you all make a blind stealth check, please? So if you go,
How'd you do?
you set it to private, the drop down, the dice roller to private GM roll, and do as a stealth check.
Private GM roll, not a blind GM roll.
Yeah, blind one. Sorry, yeah, sorry,
It says private GM or blind GM.
blind GM. So you see it, I see it, you don't.
Ah. Stealth.
Watch his face. Watch his face. In his face.
Hang on, did I do that right? Sorry, Phil, do you want me to re-roll? Because I think I did it wrong.
You did it with advantage, I think. So then Eldron rolled it with disadvantage.
Yeah,
No,
well,
I rolled it.
Oh, you got your
Oh,
armor. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
No, I rolled
Okay.
it normally, but it showed.
All right, it's all right.
Cool.
I forgot Jalhan. Wait a minute, I'll do it for Jalhan.
Ironically, the paladin's going to be quiet as a mouse, and Jalan's going to be like a sack of saucepans or something.
disadvantage +1 isn't giving me good.
Okay, right. So you cross over the street, over the main street, and duck into the alleyway, one of the alleyways opposite.
So it was the one we had a fight in, wasn't it?
You what? Sorry.
We had a fight in this one, didn't we? Didn't we make a
that were
getaway through,
over
yeah?
here. That was over here near
Yeah,
the
yeah.
square.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're as you're like ducking into the alleyway and start working your way down down south, threading your way through the alleys, back alleys are there between the houses, and as you get to about here, and you turn the corner, and you walk straight into a group of people. Well, say people. One of them, two of them are like snake-like humanoids, so they got a full snake body, but they're like from the shoulder up, they're like humanoid, but they've got a snake's face, like a snake-like face, and 3 arms. And there's two guys that look a bit like satyrs. They've got like hoofed like goat legs. And
This whole place has just gone to the dogs. We want
Varlek,
it.
you recognise one of the like satyr-like characters. It's the as the owner of Cava's Respite.
Okay.
One of the
recall that
criminal contacts in Pazine.
Oh, lovely. Cool.
So I think it's
Recognise me?
Yes. Ah, well. What do we have here? You seem a bit, what's the word I'm looking for? Lost? Nah, that's not it. And he feigns a look of contemplation and smiles faintly. Resolute, perhaps. The side of, I'm probably going to die soon.
Completely taken off guard. I don't know what to say to him.
You what, sorry?
Completely taken off guard. I don't know what to say to him. How many of them was there?
So there's two of these like goat, these sort of goat people kind of. Have I got a picture of them? I think I might have a picture of them. I'm not sure. Like I said, like goat like humanoid.
I mean, are they creatures that we'd have heard of or recognised?
Yeah, so yeah, you've seen these, they're not unheard of. I'll tell you the names.
Satyr, Satyr.
Yeah, so they're not satyrs, but they have a similar look. So they're Leng folk.
Len folk.
Leng folk.
I'll try and talk him down.
They're companions. So there's two these Leng folk. One of them female, and another of these like serpent-like humanoid. Well, they're not even really humanoids in appearance. They're you know them. They're Norries.
Are they with the ghouls or against them? That's the question, isn't it?
I'll query whether they've been drafted in as well to this. Completely trying to bluff him.
Like says, he looks up and down and says, that all depends. Don't I know you?
Reputation might lead me.
Well, if it's a reputation that precedes you, it's not a shining one.
And in what? Yeah, I don't understand what's coming. I don't know if he's trying to. Either knows me or he don't. I ain't got time.
Sorry, Phil. I think we're just really confused right now. Is he trying to skim money off us? Is he toying with us? Is he a guard? Is he smuggling stuff?
Well,
it's like,
I don't know.
Can we roll insight check just to see if we can work out what's going on now?
I suppose you could do something like that. Yes.
Do you know these people?
Like he's saying to Balak that he wonders if he recognised him, but he's not. So, but by reputation, he doesn't know you by reputation.
So, would he know me? Running similar circles, is that what he's saying?
He says he thought he recognised you, but he doesn't know you by reputation.
If we do run in similar circles, and it's keep a low profile. So if he does recognise fault, I'd rather not my quarry see me coming.
There's no sound from you, Dan.
At all?
Oh, it cut off then for like the last 30 seconds or something.
Oh, sorry. So basically, I'm just trying to elude whether or not we're both bounty hunters.
Says no. Maybe I'm mistaken. I thought I'd seen you around town.
No. For a while. Kim, what he's doing here? Inquire as to what he's up to.
Passing the time, keeping his nose clean.
You
You can make a charisma check, I guess, or persuasion check, or whatever the hell checks we have.
So I'll just
What are the checks?
find.
Correct personality checks. Yeah, persuasion, isn't it?
I think you guys might still be on GM rolls.
Okay. Just yeah. Yeah, you're the shady guy, aren't you?
I was looking for work as soon as we landed.
I know you. I've seen you. You were the guy who was asking shady questions over at the guard place.
The Laughing Hammer.
Yeah. So it is you. Yeah, I thought I'd seen you. Yeah, what you get? I saw you hanging around my place.
Is that your place?
No,
I'm-
my place is a Caver's Respite.
All right, okay. Don't think I ever made it that far. I did. A while.
Maybe I'm mistaken.
Ask him what he's up to anyway. What he's just keeping his nose clean. I'm just keeping my nose clean. Each other farewell. To the head. To the eye.
Says, well, being who we are, or what you are, what we are, our new benevolent overlords overlooked us, or looked upon us more favourably than you humans. I guess it's looks that count.
I would have to agree. Benevolent overlords have been fairly kind to us given our look. We look.
Have they? That's strange.
They've
Could have
let us
sworn your
live.
face is
We
you
might
match
have- we might have
you match the
purpose.
description of the wanted posters that are plastered all over Fazine.
That was before. That was way before. Everything's squared now.
You're a terrible liar, my friend.
Threadney pipes up. What's it worth for you not having seen us?
Oh, money now, is it?
Why? Did you have something else in mind?
Well, you're a fine-looking lady.
Yeah, I don't think you want to go that direction. I think.
Shame. Well, if you change your mind.
hmm So, back to the original question. You know, we're two groups of people minding our own business. We happen to bump into each other, but I'm sure we can part friends. What's it worth then?
It's no skin off our nose. You can go you go wherever you like.
All right.
I've no interest in the magistrate's agenda, whatever that might be. That slimy prat is parading around like he owns the city. And,
Is he now?
He can't seem to think about it for a minute. Although that may be right, I suppose.
So, where is the slimy prat at the moment then? Just in case, we happen to pass by that way.
Holed up in his mansion, I imagine.
Do we know where that is?
Yeah, I believe so. It's near it's to the side of the stockade, I believe.
I
Yeah.
thought it
Oh,
was this
is
one.
it?
Yeah.
Okay.
To one side of the stockade.
Jalham we're going to try it well.
Yeah.
Okay, well, in that case,
So taking
I mean,
up to no good. Can't be up to any good sneaking around the streets of Fazine.
well,
I'm hardly sneaking.
No, that's true.
we're just out for a bit of early morning exercise, I suppose you could say. Any patrols or things we need to be concerned about? We'd hate to know you sort of kick up a bit of a ruckus in the city. It would make things a bit difficult for all of us, wouldn't it?
If you keep to the alleyways, you should be all right.
Okay. Just FYI, you might want to keep your head down for the next couple of hours. You know, safety's sake and all that. There might be a little bit of nervous guards around for a while.
Right. He rubs the side of his nose and nods.
I suppose we just step aside, let them carry on their way, make sure they leave.
Well, if there's anything I can do for you, Balak, and he grins.
Where to find you?
Oh no, you won't.
Do you
Oh,
want
where
to-
can I find you then?
Well, hey, Balak. Threadney sort of tries to get your attention. Maybe your friend would be willing to, I don't know, light a fire up near the cemetery, something that gives off a lot of smoke. Gets a bit of attention.
Something that we could aim to do?
Use as a good excuse to point focus that way. I mean, it'd be worth a bit of coin.
I'll make that offer.
Sure,
Something
sounds
that
like fun.
Threadney tosses over 5 platinum pieces.
Right, he pockets it. Not necessary, really.
Well, I like to make sure any
Be glad
debts are
to
paid.
oblige. Is there anything else we can do for you while we're making this social call?
I don't know. What do you guys think?
Any news you want to catch up on?
Yeah. So what's
Well-
with the big obelisk in the centre of town?
The
Did that
citadel.
appear? Citadel.
I stay as far away from that place as I can. They grew that up out of the ground overnight. It's the base of operations for those cultists of Gethanatoa. You'd do well to stay well clear of there. That one craves destruction and chaos, nothing else. And those fools don't even realise it yet, but they will. Powerful that one is. You don't have to look at him to turn to a mummy. Pictures, even if just a picture of him's good enough.
That from the
Oh god, that's the one we met underground, wasn't it? Can it leave the citadel, or is it inside the citadel?
It's not awake yet.
Okay. And are there pictures of him on the side of the citadel?
No,
Okay. Something.
that would be counterproductive for all involved, I imagine. Can't have your followers walking around and being mummified at for every misstep.
Is there any idea what they're doing with that temple? I mean, we've had a few encounters, but we could never work out what they were up to.
I no idea. Like I say, you do well to stay clear of that thing. I know one thing. They took the statue, the goddess's statue, away. Shrunk it down, I heard. It's inside the citadel now. Being beaten on it, something terrible, by all accounts, but gave up as a lost cause. That light seemed to even shrunk down to that tiny size. The light seems to protect it.
Interesting. So, yeah. Anything we should know about the ghasts? I mean, the guards, rather. Are they just? I mean, I don't even know what questions to ask. You guys have any thoughts?
Not really. I mean, I don't know. I mean, they guard the ghouls. There's lots of them on the walls, isn't there? And there's patrols around. Don't know what these guys can tell us.
Is that what was the ghoul's name? He's still captain.
Upton.
The guy in the fancy clothes, Upton. Yeah, that's right. Is he still captain of the guards?
He is. Lords it over them. And there's many of them as well. The streets might seem quiet, but don't let that fool you.
Where do they all hide?
In the buildings, they've taken over. They're living it up like they own the place. Well, I like to say, maybe they do.
Hmm. So what's your plan then? Get out, sail away, find somewhere new?
Well, it's not so easy to get out at the moment. Not without pinning a target on your back. So we just keep his heads down. Do as little as possible. Keep his ears to the ground.
Okay. Well, I suppose time's been ticking on, so I'm afraid we've got a bit of an appointment, gentlemen. Any last words before we may or may not see you again later?
Well, if you want us to just give us a word and we'll create a little distraction for you.
Yeah, give us 30 minutes, and a column of smoke up towards the cemetery way would be pretty perfect for us.
Right, taps the side of his nose again and nods. There's one other thing I heard. Apparently, they're still bent on destroying that statue, and they're looking for still looking for a way to destroy it. They seem to think there's something they can use to destroy it.
What do they think they can use to destroy it?
You can make a persuade roll if you want.
Okay. Or not.
I'm just
That's
trying to
I
get
still can't do anything.
He just shrugs.
Threadney will have a go. Oh, come on. The persuade is not really one of my strengths.
Persuade's one of mine, but it didn't work.
Rolled off a 20. That is terrible. Trying to wheedle it out of him. Like a hammer. Are they looking for like a big hammer or something? Maybe
or
some chisels.
Or a person, maybe about 15 years old.
No, they turn and walk off, and over his shoulder he says, "Not a hammer, someone."
Yeah.
Shouldn't have brought Eivor with us.
Threadney just eyeballs Eivor askance. So many problems solved so easily. All in one place.
Yeah, unfortunately she tends to solve them back with a fireball. It's like mutually assured destruction.
Pretty much, yeah. Right. I suppose we carry on now. Sneak, file away the information, and hopefully in 20 to 30 minutes our illusion will have some added tinge of realism to it.
Okay, so you managed to, true to the word, stick into the alleyways. You managed to easily to reach reach and enter one of these two buildings at the edge of the plateau. It's surprisingly easy to sneak through the city, considering how many ghouls and other enemies are supposed to be crammed in here. So making your way inside, you're able to get a good look at the gate. From the vantage point, you can see that the gate is unsurprisingly closed. Its spike logs are being firmly anchored into the wide pathway leading from the city. And you can identify nearly a dozen different figures patrolling the gate, a mix of ghouls, guards, and cultists.
Right. So, I mean,
Oh,
we
I
got here in like 5 minutes, didn't we? So we need another. We need to give. We need to wait for the smoke, I would say, and then send Upton out.
Yeah.
That way they can see the smoke. We can also, I don't know, Eivor, can you do minor illusion? Okay, well, minor illusion's not concentration spell, so I could probably cast that while I'm running Upton. And I could make like the distant sounds of like combat as an actual minor illusion effect. So like hubbub in the distance, yells, screams, and stuff. Like so, while Upton's talking, you've got the sound coming off from that direction. It's only 30-foot range, but I figured if I make it like faint enough, it sounds like it'll come from a long way away. Right, do we want to park it here because it's almost 11, or do we want to kick off proceedings and then...
Oh, yeah, I think it's probably time next session, isn't it? Really?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So presumably you're looking at you're observing the gate and stuff, weren't you?
Yeah.
So yeah, this extra bit. So yeah, watching the gate and looking it over from here, you can see that now it's because it's closed. You can see that how the gate is operated, and there's an elaborate set of ropes, cantilevers, weights, and pulleys used for opening these because it's like a massive, heavy gate. The mass of the ropes that wind through the mechanism can be manipulated to cause the gate to rise automatically or have it drop without hope of rising again.
Okay, so we don't want that to happen.
No. So if all the ropes are severed, then it'll never be open. You'll not be able to get it open again until all the mechanisms repaired.
Okay.
But it's designed so it can be operated by just a couple of people.
Okay. So if we fireball the gate, basically the gate stays closed.
Yeah, so don't fireball the gate.
It could, but you could, yeah. It's not gonna damage the gate. It might damage the ropes that operate the gate, but
yeah.
Well, we need to get most of the ghouls away, or as many ghouls as we can away, and then go in and deal with the rest. And yeah, if we deal with the ghouls quickly, the red shirts can open the gate.
I've got I mean, again, it's magic heavy, but after Upton sort of says, "You fools! The attack's coming from the cemetery. Go that way. I command you!" And then he sort of illusion runs off around the corner and disappears. And then Threadney is then free to maybe cast invisibility on a couple of people, and then you could get inside the gatehouse to either kill whoever's there, or if no one's in the guardhouse, we've been really lucky, you can maybe wind the damn thing open.
Well, let's do that next week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do the gates open?
I think it's a lifty gate. It's a portcullis type lifty gate thing.
Yeah. Ooh, nasty. Okay. Right. Gotcha. Okay. Right, well, this has been a lot more... Got a lot further than I thought we would, that's for sure. Not having to fight everything backwards and forwards was a nice touch. Yeah. And Dan survived, so yay!
Die.
The hellhound demon dog floating around somewhere in this town as well.
possibly is.
We're
Yeah.
not petting.
And can
He's
it
not
see
a good
invisible
boy.
creatures,
He's
you said?
not a good boy.
Well, apparently so. Yeah.
Did he snuffle you out?
Thanks ever so much.
Right, well, thanks, chaps.
Oh,
I'll see you
cheers.
next week then.
Yeah,
Okay,
see you
guys,
next
thanks
week.
a lot.
Bye-bye.
Right, that's it from us for this week. We'll be back next Wednesday, and we'll be the other team will be here on Sunday to continue on the Tomb of Annihilation campaign. So hopefully we'll see you. We'll see you then. So good night.